5 seconds. It's turn to ban. Radiant's turn to ban. It is Dire's ban. 10 seconds.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the BTS Pro Series Season 4, powered by Monster Energy. We've got TNC Predator taking on T1 here, and Denog, we saw these teams play yesterday, and you know they're both of the teams that were able to take their series in 2 matches. We do have a bit of a switch up though tonight. They're going to be playing with Chuan instead of having Gabby in at the moment. Looks like he was having a little bit of issues with the internet.
That can be the big difference. That can be the big difference maker, right? It's just such a huge change having a core. I mean, we saw his Alchemist so effective in the previous series against Fnatic, and not have him this time around is be concerned about.
Yeah, I mean, he's not on a team right now as well in China at all. See if he has, I guess, a resurgence through Southeast Asia or not, but you know, was playing incredibly well with Asta for a while, so a very high skilled position 2 is going to fill the roles pretty nicely here, and I'm excited to see this is going to be an incredible match already. And we see just a little bit different with the openers. Yesterday there was not too much emphasis on the Chen and the Lina, which has been getting prioritized a lot in different regions, and already we're seeing a little bit of priority from some different heroes.
Yeah, I'm loving to see it. The last thing that I wanted to see again was another Viper coming the case this time around, and no Sven either, so maybe both of these teams were just like, what, let's just put them off to the side for now. Screw these meta heroes, let's go with something a little bit off. And I mean, it's not like Lina's out of the meta, but I'm keen to see a Chen draft come through.
Yeah. Always being able to play it incredibly with March, Febby transitioning. We'll see how he can play naturally this position 4, so see how he's actually going to be able to play on the Chen. But TNC, I mean, this is a staple from them. They have a very good lineup to be able to utilize the Chen early, take these aggressive towers, and then really kind of cement map control at the early stage. And
I mean, yes, much more commonly it's played as that 5 role. It wouldn't surprise me to see it played as a 4 either, just because, it's one of those things that we actually aren't playing in this tournament, like to do with hide them a fair amount, but it just depends what the rest of their draft is need to get that tiny little bit of extra experience, that tiny bit to be able to come online that 2 or so minutes sooner, and the Undying is going to influence that, It's always something that you're worried about brawling into in the laning stage, but if you've got a real solid push strat and you're able to get units up and running and be the strongest hero in the game at 15 minutes, then why not give it a bit more farm priority? Because Undying sucks at defending against a mass push.
What do you think the reason is for picking up the Undying then, considering he doesn't really have a way to deal with the Chen? Is this just a laning stage and at least still is going to be able to kind of... he's very strong in the early game, so is this the factor of kind of going toe-to-toe against the Chen?
I guess so. I mean, with the Soul Rip, that is one thing that you do benefit from, with having all of the Chen creeps that are coming through. And as long as you're picking other heroes that are able to deal with it quite well, I don't think you're all that concerned. I've already got the Lina kind of AoE damage with the Light Strike Array and the Dragon Slave. I was about to say they could potentially pick up a Lesh as well, but TNC taken that away from them, and why not? You just want to have everything possible to allow this Lesh to live for as long as possible. You've got the Hand of God, you're probably going to have the mech at the 10 to 15 minute mark, so Lesh is going to have a pretty good time so far.
Yeah, and the combo with the Chen is incredibly strong as well. Lesh is someone who wants to be able to take towers pretty early on with that edict, so just being able to group up with the Chen who can enable you to be able to push down objectives, and also this potential of Leshrac, farming up the jungle, uses all his mana, TP's back to base, and then you've got the Chen to have this just kind of relocate potential across the map. It's a really nice combo where you see a lot of the intel heroes, intel like nukers that work well with the Chen. We even see like the Storm Spirit combined up as well, which is really nice sometimes. So it's a good combo here early for TNC.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly like you mentioned with the relocation. I feel like that's something that a lot of just general viewers are sleeping on. People think, oh, Chen is good because he's got a lot of creeps. You've got a global heal, nice. Relocate is the thing that makes him really strong. The amount of mobility that you have in the games these days feels like it is the deciding factor for a lot of victories or losses. And with a Chen, you're able to just easily transition a one fight into multiple objectives, and bamboozle and bait people by putting yourself in a bit more of a risky situation. Then suddenly you've got an extra hero they weren't banking on.
Radiant's turn to ban.
See the Tusk getting banned out as well. We saw that one game yesterday. It was quite the combo. The Chen and Tusk, this was, I think, the first real nice support duo that I saw when the Chen kind of got implemented with that relocate potential, and then the Tusk also had that tag team, and we were just seeing constantly where the Chen early on just bringing in the Tusk of the tag team, and it's really nice as well, just considering you have so many Chen creeps. So I like the ban from T1.
Yep, it's pretty good. And also you just want someone that's relatively tanky, that has a couple of survival skills in his kit to be able to take a lot of the attention off the Chen and off the Leshrac. So I'm liking it too. Then you have to think, what else is there? What else will potentially provide that sort of benefit to the team? A hero at providing that sort of stuff. A Mars potentially be coming through ENC. Fits KP style, that's for sure. Maybe even a Brewmaster wouldn't surprise.
Yeah, well, they definitely need at least a setup with the Lesh. You're probably going to look to... whenever a Leshrac gets picked up, I think the value of a Sand King always rises just because of the potential to have this Lesh Sand King duo lane, which we don't really see the Lesh played as a forward too much anymore, but we did actually see yesterday in the lane with the Sand King, just because how strong that combo is with the point target Sun setting off for the split earth. But they do kind of need a Sun now to at least pair with the Lesh and actually to be able to initiate.
Really liking the Spectre ban as well, and good response too from TC getting rid of the Drow Ranger. With a Spectre, you want to be able to get on top of squishy hero like the Lina, take him out really early into the team fight, but also, like we've been mentioning, that relocation potential from the Chen, and then if you have the Haunt on top of that, it's just way too much to deal. And it's something where it enables that global strat a whole lot more. I don't think TNC are going to pick up something like an IO, just because it's probably going to be a little bit too passive for stage for them if they were up.
Yeah, it would be an immense amount of sustain though. You just have Leshrac run into the middle of the fight, and if you able to burst him down, then these drawn out fights could favor TNC. Be an interesting combo there, but at the moment, at least with the bans coming out, it's you get rid of a couple of the cores from T1. We were even bringing up yesterday, just in particular, that we've seen. Okay, there's the Pango. So this is a hero that TNC they first phased yesterday. They gave it to Tims, but they have so many players who can play it. KP, Tims, even the mid stand-in is incredibly strong on it as well.
Armel, super great at it too. Surprised me to see them put it in any of those lanes. I'm thinking it's most likely going to be Tim's, just because it provides everything that you need without actually needing any items. If you're able to get a Blink Dagger or a Yule Scepter, you're more than happy with how the game has gone. Liking the puck though, prevents you from being able to roll away, provided that you are able to get in onto the front lines. Picking a Bloodseeker for themselves, so making sure that they get the double count. Pango. So Bloodseeker, pairing it together most likely with Pango. If you get lucky with the lucky shot, you're able to slow down a fair amount. He might opt to go for something like an Orb of Venom as well, just so that you are able to get a good amount of harass through. Track as well, you know that you're always going to be dealing a fair amount of damage in the laning stage, and Okay, we saw a bit of a desperation Arc Warden pick come through from Execration yesterday that didn't end up working out for them, but how do I feel about this one?
I don't know. Like, naturally, you take a look at the lineup from TNC, Chen Lesh, we've already spoke about, very good at taking objectives early. You know, I guess T1 with their 3 heroes before Brawl early on and very good at doing so, but I'm worried that they might lose objectives. And it's also the factor that this Bloodseeker, you're gonna if you rupture the Arc Warden, he can't move anywhere. He's just gonna be stuck in place, and this is just a hero who's very position based, so you know, sitting on the back wants to be in a bubble. But if you just chuck out the Bloodbright, this AoE kind of clear, and then the rupture as well, it might make his game pretty difficult, especially with Pango, who's just gonna beeline the Arc Warden.
And it's kind of the same issue that Execration actually ran into, in that squishy heroes here. Puck, yes, you're mobile and you're able to save yourself a lot of the time, but once that Dream Coil is used, unless it's the perfect Dream Coil, there's not too much that's just going to stop you from going onto that Arc Warden. So you have to say it's the position one hero that's see, and then what really is left that can do that? You've had 5 of them banned out right now from T1's side, and they got rid of the Drow themselves.
The Void is still in the pool. We're yet to see the Faceless Void.
Don't mind it at all.
Yeah.
Track really effective with it. You're able to a little bit more ballsy with the Chen backing you up. You know, Tree and Protector ban kind of lends itself to that. You know, you're not being stuck in one spot after you use the Time Walk, so quality, that's
Just trying to think of position 1 they can go for to actually be able to jump the Arc Warden. I feel like they just need to keep the aggression up and get on top of him. The Void might be a little bit more slower than they might hope for a position 1, but still this, you know, innate jump potential in the Time Walk and a big ulti in the Chrono, where they do have some synergy to be able to deal damage inside that.
Radiant's turn to pick.
yeah, Slark as well.
You're sinking themselves.
I mean, he provides a little bit of beef for the I suppose, and you know, you've got some good catch if Bloodseeker or Leshrac are trying to get in onto the backlines for the Arc Warden, so that ties things like the previous series that T1 were playing. Cuckoo, he just leaves himself to having the last pick of the draft.
Yeah.
He's very happy with that. He's like, look guys, it's the first game of the day, you know, TNC, they're a strong opponent, let me chill out, let me not have to worry about anything too much.
Can they AM?
Anti-mage.
Yeah, okay.
They can.
They can and they will. Do you like it though?
How do I feel about it? I guess you could go a little bit more greedy because you're going to have the Chen with his Divine Favor for you in lane, so you don't really need to purchase as much passive regen as you might normally. An anti-mage, especially coming up against a Sand King. Just going for a stats build, split pushing as much as possible. I mean, at some point, you're going to have these 4 TNC heroes in the Chen, Lesh, Pango, and Bloodseeker that are just going to run at a lane, and it's just going to take all of the attention away from the anti-mage. So what I'm going to be looking out for, and what might trip up TNC a little bit here, playing with Chian instead of Gabby, is that will he immediately just snap and start pushing the opposite side of the map, you know, taking objectives, shoving those lanes in, and creating a little bit of panic for
The thing about the anti-mage as well is that you are a hero that's going to be a lot more slower to come online. Battle Fury, Manta, really not enough. You kind of need that extra item afterwards. So it is going to give Jackie some space to at least be able to find the farm. Because this is a hero who wants to go late game. Like, the Arc Warden is never going to feel comfortable early on.
He needs at least the Basher,
yeah,
you know, on top of those 2 items that you mentioned. And kind of fitting, Chian's got the Basher cosmetic as well equipped, so see what ends up happening there. I mean, if he's able to, so it's a 4 Lena, right? So it's not going to have a huge amount of farm. It's not like you can easily jump in on her. A Mana Void is going to turn around the fight. And obviously Kyle is a lot slippery, so good luck trying to catch on to him. So yeah, I think it's just going to be a bit of a 4v5 situation going, or even a 4v4 situation going for the first 25 minutes of this game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how it's kind of the battle is going to fare. It feels like just these, who's going to have the stronger 4 heroes early in this game 1. What's your prediction here? Who are you favoring?
Oh, one hero. It's not in this draft, just in general.
Prepare for
Go TNC.
Go TNC.
Yeah, despite the fact that they've got the stand-in, he's a very competent player, is Chuyan, and I don't know, I just like the other heroes that they've got to pair together with. Saw in that loading screen there, KP, yeah, it was in a pub, but in his last game he only died once and he got about 15 kills on the Bloodseeker. If you're able to have that kind of dominant laning stage, then against an Arc Warden, I feel like it's more of a winning lane on the top compared to lane.
Yeah, well, this Sand King Lina lane, it's going to be pretty rough. Anti-Mage is one of the better heroes to be able to deal with the Sand King. I mean, the thing about this hero is that the ways to deal with the anti-mage in the lane is having some trade potential with where you don't rely on mana. You know, Legion and Slaughter are probably the better ones. Sand King, you can play the lane pretty aggressive early, but you want to try and use all your mana, because otherwise, I mean, AM's going to burn it nonetheless, and he's going to do more damage as well at the start with you having mana. So Sand King really needs to try and play aggressive with this level 1, just use all his mana, and then we'll see if he's going to play a little bit more passive and kind of drag the wave. Because this is, you know, I brought up that the Lesh potential of running it as a 4 and picking up a Sand King. It's the same with the Lina. In fact, that the Lesh and Lina both have the skill shot stuns, and the Sand King sets up for the point target. So, you know, it usually is a nice matchup, but the AM just fits it perfectly.
And Cuckoo, he should be going for the Burrow Strike at level 1. You know, you've got a Lina with you, and if you were to go the Sandstorm, it just feels way too passive to me, especially against you know, this Chen lane where, you know, he's ended up going for the Ring of Regen anyway on the anti-mage, but you've also got the headdress on the Chen. He's got the Holy Persuasion skilled for now instead of the Divine Favor, but as soon as that level 2 is hit, it doesn't feel like there's anything that Geek Fam are going to be able to do to stop him.
Yeah, it's just going to be an immense amount of regen down bottom. If they can kind of trade early on and be able to kind of suffice the lane and get a little bit of last hits, but actually, that's the mid lane. We got the matchup of Armel versus Carl, some of the incredibly high mechanical mid lane players right now throughout the Southeast Asia region, and we're going to see them battling it out here. Puck's actually got a bit better of a damage advantage at the moment over the Leshrac, so we'll see how Armel is able to utilize the abilities to CS instead.
Really nicely done by Whitemon up the top. He was able to drag a wave all the way up here, so Jackie's just farming a double wave up between the tier 1 and 2 towers, not being contested at all by KP and the Pangolius, so that's fantastic news if T1 fan.
And the fact that he also just denies a full wave where maybe KP going range for the experience at the end, but yeah, really nicely done there, just trying to do your best to get some solo experience, deny away. You see Tim's is doing the same. You know, he's going to try and get towards the level 2, and you highlight in the draft the potential of the Pango going for this Orb of Venom and hopefully getting a lucky shot to set up for the connection with the Blood Riot. So, you know, we'll see once the lane really starts to get set up instead of the constant pull shenanigans. And do you think this is something that we're not going to see in the next patch? You know, they kind of tried to deal with it, although floss sitting under tier 2 is going to be a bit rough for Jackie.
Impossible to do it with range creeps. But, you know, did I see a double wave? It ended up being a triple wave because of Whitemon. So, yeah, what more can you ask for? That is silver service being provided for your... Kind of block this away. Whether he drags it under the tower or not, no, he's just going to delay it so that Jackie has time to get back to the tower. So he's opted to go for the Caustic, not going to skill up the Sandstorm just yet. Understandable, of course, going up against a Chen. Get a lot more burst damage out, especially with this dual stun combination. So to be quite careful here on Febby to make sure that he's just not giving free money away.
Chian's taking a decent amount of damage here at the moment as well. You see, it looks like Febby's just... Did they block? Yeah, they've... Small camps up, and looks like they kept the hard as well, just try and pull. So Febby's had some camps to play around with at the moment. You're just going to see kind of the regen, whatever Chian can get early on, and then it should be relatively strong. This is the power of the Lina 4, though, that we've really been seeing lately. Just your laning stage potential is through the...
Yeah, huge attack range is the biggest component of that, right? You're able to harass without too much fear of any sort of turnaround happening against you. One other thing I wanted to point out was the skill build from Armel. So a lot of times, especially with the recent resurgence of the Aghanim Scepter coming through Flesh, people want to skill up that Lightning Storm ASAP to get that the first item. But you've got a Chen, so you want to make sure your Edict is the one that you're actually maxing here. And skilling that together with the Split Earth means that you get a pick off and you can immediately transition that into a tower. You're more worried about objective control opposed to any sort of hero damage, because you got plenty.
Well, here comes the emphasis, though, for the first power runes. It looks like Zephyr's going to be able to find the invis down bots. Unfortunately, both Carl and Armel aren't going to get a refill in the bottle. We'll see. They're contesting around the next bounty runes as well. It looks like Febi's going to be a bit of a nuisance here and try and take the small camp away from Carl, although they are kind of hunting him. With this invis from Zephyr, he's going to be able to land the Light Strike Array. Now Febi's going to attempt the TP up, but look at the damage coming through. It's enough to secure first blood. Zephyr will pick it up.
Done, and most times the mid would be like, man, my support just griefing my kills, but no, if you can get a pos for Lina that money, you're very happy with it. As I say that they're just getting more and more harass here onto Trian.
Dire should look to their top tower.
You do see, if you find that classic finale damage with the creeps you're blowing up there, it is going to do still a lot of damage to the anti-mage. So unfortunately, kind of Febi not being the lane for a little bit, looks like the creep Glim is going to drag back towards the tower. So, and AM goes for the ring of health directly afterwards as well. So really just trying to have an immense amount of sustain.
I wonder if we're going to see any sort of scouting missions happen as well from the T1 side, because they should have noticed on with Cuckoo and Zephyr that Febi was out of the lane for a little bit around the 2 to 3 minute mark. So what we've been doing there, he was stacking up this camp next to. With this Caustic Finale skilled up, suddenly that's a good way to really rocket up your net worth.
Meanwhile, the counterpart in the Arc Warden, it looks like Jackie's having a pretty good time here, 26 and 9. All of the T1 cores are actually farming very well throughout the laning stage. We see KP, unfortunately, towards the tail end out of the cores, but he's still getting a decent amount as well.
This is a 4th stack coming through for Febi on this single camp, so if that gets found, that's going to be a huge difference maker here. Rolled up the regen rune, he's got his speed ready, and he might be looking to make a rotation here. Nope, he's just taking another one of these stacks.
I mean, he's even got the boots of travel. Are they're gonna TP him down? It looks like, yeah, he's just gonna take the one with Febi. So really utilizing that regen. There we go. I mean, we were highlighting the TP potential of the Chen with that divine favor, and man, Armel is gonna be loving life. And I mean, meanwhile, guess what? I mean, you've got a support who's soaking up a little bit of experience mid. They do see Tim's, so let's see if T1 are thinking that the Leshrak's farming the jungle, if they're aware of this rotation. The only issue is that the lane is pretty far pushed out.
Were able to, it was pretty lucky that they got the regen, to be fair, but take a triple stack and a quadruple stack immediately. I mean, it pushed Leshrak from being level with this puck to 600 gold ahead in the matter of 20 seconds, and now he's in position to potentially go for a kill into this bottom lane. Zephyr as well, he would be the prime target.
There we go, they're just going to move forward with the 4 points up in the Edict. Nice counterspell actually from Qian, but Armel unable to really get on top of them though. Without having any stuns is going to be the issue, but they make this movement by the catapult timing here. They've still kept it alive, and he's going to have the Edict back up as well. Radiant, they've got Glyph also if they want to, I mean, if it's required, but it doesn't even look like it's required. Just look what they're able to do.
Is under attack.
Brass coming through, have to be forced to back off, so a little bit of a misplay there, not catching out Zephyr and having stun connect onto him. It's not going to be disastrous like it could have been. But it just shows the importance of being switched on at every single point in time, because if that Sand King was able to spot out that that camp that had been stacked up, this is an entirely different laning phase that we would have seen.
Let's see, top lane, KP actually might be in trouble with the Tempest double. One charge just going to get him out of the threshold, although the Flux, never mind, he'll still fall. Jackie is going to claim their second kill of the game. Nicely done, and now he's got a lane that's pushing it as well, so he'll do a little bit of damage towards the tower. There's already a TP coming through from Tim, so he wants to try and soak that one up. Well, the Whitemon in the river is going to get chased down from Armel. Let's see if he can juke through the pit. But it looks like Armel should have the damage before Roche is able to clean him up. Does he get the rune as well? It's down bot. Looks like Zephyr's going to be able to be the bodyguard there. So TNC, they get their first kill of the game. Nicely done.
It's in only 3 kills. A little bit surprising, but it's kind of been the way that TNC have been playing things a bit measured. It's a point of difference, and that's what I like to see. You know, not everyone just playing the same style of Dota all through the region.
Might have another kill though with Carl dropping the coil, and now with the rotation, so just brings down KP with ease. Very nice. And that's I mean, we'll see what they want to try and do afterwards now if they smoke up. Zephyr does have one available if Carl wants to shove in the next lane and try and make a play here, but you've got the Midas already completed from Jackie, so relatively good timing from him.
We've got Febby here doing a bit of the puppy style of farming up the jungle on his own. Given the anti-major a decent enough start, he's already 7, so quite happy with that. Although Cuckoo, somewhat unopposed, he's not be all that disappointed. Just going straight into the blink. So that's what they need. They need that frontliner right now until the puck has defensive items. He's opting for the Veil first, realizing that Sand King's going to that initiate a role. Might go into something like a Blink Dagger, or maybe even a Yule's.
Like the movement coming through though from TNC, they want to continuously keep putting some pressure on some objectives. We saw them try and attempt that tower down bot, but they're going to head up top, and they already see Jackie farming the jungle. They've already placed this very deep observe ward, which we saw yesterday with how much information it's able to provide throughout the jungle, but well, that might be just free amount of gold with the Tempest double up top.
Yeah, small misplay there from Jackie. He ended up Midasing the creep. Wasn't the one that Armel was TPing in onto, so allowed them to quickly.
Waimon is going to be a bit sneaky though and take that bounty though.
10-minute mark. Surprisingly few neutrals been discovered up until now, but they're finally starting to come through. One remaining for T1 side, but don't ask for much more. Jelly for both the AM and the Lesh. Iron Talon for AM and a Fated Brooch for Crack. So they're
yeah, some of the better neutral items that TNC would have been able to get in. No, here comes the push. They get that T1 tower top and linking up mid with the second catapult wave. They will keep it alive. Needing some cooldown though, unfortunately. They've already wasted that usage. Oh, coil, unfortunately off the mark there from Carl. And you see the rotations coming through. So T1 really wanted to try and defend that tower. And might leave Cuckoo a bit vulnerable down bot. Rupture's able to set up. Looks like he's just got to stand his ground here. Nothing he can really do through all the AoE. Cuckoo will fall. Back to mid though. Not done just yet. Carl, all forward's going to be able to catch up. Febby. Tim's is pretty weak as well. He's got the Rolling Thunder with the Let's Track coming over if they want to try and offer some defense here, because he's got a decent amount of mana to be able to utilize as well from Almel. Connects the Sun, Undying, so has the Tombstone to be able to drop as well if he wants to do so before the death, but it looks like he's going to end up falling. So a 1-for-1, at least with the supports dropping at the mid lane here. And meanwhile, you just see both the cores continuing to farm. You brought up the potential that this is going to be probably a 4v4 almost, just the Arc Ward and the Anti-Mage heroes that really want to try and farm early on.
Yeah, and Chuyan's doing the right thing, you know, just being completely separate from the rest of his team, not sitting passively in the jungle, making sure a lane is the one that's being pushed in, forcing the Arc Warden to respond effectively, and then he just immediately goes on the move. Yes, now he's in the jungle, but he's just waiting for the next time that the rest of his team want to engage.
You see TNC missing, oh, actually mid. They got the coil, Radiant, they're in the area. Febby, no Hand of God, no Rolling Thunder as well in the choke point. Lesh gets one connection in the Sun. Cuckoo's charging up the Epi, but is unable to get the Burrows track on top, so just the execution there a little bit lackluster. And now Qian's going to show up as well, a quick phase shift, gets a little bit of health back as well thanks to the one. Won't be able to claim that kill there, but can they continue on? However, Zephyr, this max out Dragon Slayer with the Veil, you're seeing the damage coming through from T1. It's immense right now with the magic, and they're going to be able to bring down the Bloodseeker. Very nicely done.
The movements are good, but just these mistakes coming through there. He ended up mana voiding the basically full mana puck, where he had Alina on next to nothing. Sorry, the Sand King on next to nothing standing nearby. So it's a bit of a worry that these little things are being missed out on, but it's the first game of the day. You know, these sorts of things can happen.
So we see Armel is going to be going for the Aghanims as that next item. You highlighted the the early build-up that we've been seeing the Leshrac so far. He's only got 1 point in the Lightning Storm, but hopefully by then he's able to get a couple more points in that.
Yep, just itemizing around his skill build. That's exactly what he needs to be doing. Great play, great strategy here by TNC. Febby as well, he's getting close to his mech, so by the time he's picked that up, they should have another Hand of God ready, and you know, it's time for them to group up and make another move forward. I think that's the anti-mage Battle Fury as well that's being ferried up to him right now.
Yeah, it is. So pretty good timing on it. I mean, hasn't got the treads, a Wraith Band, Ring of Regen, and the Glove of Haste as well at the moment, but you take a look at least with how they're situated right now from Dire, kind of holding the triangle, trying to farm up a stack here for Jackie. They even dropped the tomb as well. We've seen a couple of the Undyings just dropping that tombstone to help out with the stack, but this is going to be a big timing here if the Sand King's able to get the blink by the mech, because this is when Radiant really want to try and take the tier 1 tower.
Let's see what strategy is. He's still sitting in his tri-camp area. Play a little bit safer. So now the rest of his team, they're smoked up. They've got these key items available. Want to join if he's fighting nearby, he can just pop in and trough a mana void, but keen quite yet. This small delay though, window for T1, because that Blink Dagger has been picked up on Cuckoo. It's making its way to him on the courier now. Really all they're waiting for is another 25 seconds or so until this tombstone's back online for White Month.
Oh, Cole, he orbed forward here. They might be in trouble if they can actually find him, though. That's the question. Still got the phase shift. Orb's about to come back up as well. They connect on the first stun. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like there's any more follow-up. KP might be able to get him range for the rock shot, but he moves so fast with the boots of travel, and you see the ease of initiation right now from TNC is very lacking, considering this Lesh hasn't picked up a Yule, so you don't really have that guaranteed setup. It's really just kind of relying on KP connecting with the Rupture and maybe Tim's, you know, getting that stun as well. So you see how awkward it is for them to be able to start, and actually he's swashbuckling up aggressively on the high ground there. It's gonna end up falling and pays the price as now Cuckoo charging up the ulti. They get the coil combined up with this Hand of God's, can give him a little bit of health back, and now even the anti-mage showing up as well. They're able to keep Armel alive, and they're gonna try and look to turn. They haven't dealt with the tombstone just yet. Nicely done from Carl, getting out a waning rift on top of 3, but he could be in trouble, and they still have this mana void as well. He's got a decent amount of mana to be able to utilize, so it's not gonna bring him down from 4 to 0, but Qian is gonna be able to blink forward and claim that kill. Double for the anti-mage showing up early, whereas we see still this Arc Warden continuing to farm. So a good fight there from TNC as they're going to try and look to transition this into the T1 tower mid as well.
Yeah, going to be able to take all of this creep wave as well. He's kept the siege creep alive too, but just feeling a little bit too concerned to continue fighting into it. For Jackie, all that time spent farming means that he's almost picked up his boots of travel, so he's going to be looking to split push a whole lot more. The first 15 minutes you'd have to say has belonged to TNC, but the fact that they've only lost the tier 1 towers and denied a couple of them has been a pretty big win for T1. Looking for the next 10 or so minutes to really be where T1 try and put their foot on the pedal a little bit more. A lot more pressure being put onto their side lane towers with the boots, and of course the Blink Dagger on Ku start to enable these pickoffs to happen as well.
We'll see how TNC, if they're looking to play a little bit aggressive as well. I mean, they've taken all these towers, so now your opportunities to make the infiltration movements in the jungle and kind of hunting the Arc Warden who's kind of, you know, situating around like the triangle camp area. So if they can get a deep ward down and keep tabs on Jackie at the moment, which they don't have any deep wards, just kind of 2 minor defensive ones. They got 1 in the river down bot, so a lot more emphasis on trying to control their jungle here from TNC.
I mean, the thing is, for TNC, I think they're just going to want to sit back, maybe get these tier 2 items first, because it's still another 50 seconds until that Hand of God. And, you know, it's only the pos 5, but for a draft like theirs, you really need that Hand of God to enable this Leshrac-style death ball.
Well, they're going to smoke and try and wrap through the jungle here, maybe link up with the Leshrac who's already pushing in top. They do see that the camp's being cleared, so well aware that there's a potential of the Arc Warden being nearby, but not Cuckoo. I mean, they've got the 8 sauce. Let's see if he's going to wrap all the way around, though. Cuckoo, is he going to do so? Oh, he might get caught out here. He'll lead forward, and he's ultra dead. Nicely done. And this is kind of where we brought up before that the Yule Scepter from Armel, you know, him going for the boots of travel, the Aghanims, the Yule's not being there to be able to provide some setup here. But now, finally, with the Atos, at least it's going to be able to provide that a lot easier.
Why not? You know, 240 gold.
Yeah,
It's basically
definitely.
as good as a kill.
Plus the likeliness of, I mean, it's not the longest cooldown, to be honest, only 70 seconds. We even see some anti-mage utilizing it to like farm up a stack or something sometimes early on.
For that full efficiency. If you know you're not going to want to fight, then, you know, just leaving it off cooldown.
To their top tower.
Dire thinking about making a play here. They're going to smoke up at that tier 2 mid and try and head to top. John might be in trouble here. He's going to pop the smoke. Blinking to where he's got vision at the moment. He might be in trouble. He's still got the counter spell, but he's unable to get out of the core now. They're going to be able to get straight on top of him with Cuckoo. And unfortunately, just playing a little bit too far pushed forward here. Let's see what TNC want to do. They're grouped up. They've got a nice ward in the lane as well. If they overstep the mark here by this outpost, they might be able to find a kill. Armel's also got the invis rune, so he's hunting.
And that aggressive blink forward was a bit surprising, to be honest. You know, the Leshrac had just TP'd out.
Armel, gotta be careful. He's gonna be able to find Whitemon on this Tombstone. Still in the high gun, they're gonna come over. Cuckoo with the epi finds a kill on top of the Bloodseeker. Tim's gonna try and roll forward, and they got a little bit too late. Unfortunately, Armel's still dishing out an immense amount of damage, but it looks like Kyle's gonna try and clean up with the blink forward. It's gonna be all back up in a couple of seconds. No stun coming through at the moment, but it looks like TNC looking to full retreat out of this. Where's the fall control though? Zephyr's going to find it with the LSA. Febby just has to TP out. Tim's unfortunately unable to get the swashbuckle out thanks to the silence. So nicely done from T1. They kind of punish that over-aggressive double back there from TNC.
I mean, it's a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the day. Not horrible, but yeah, like you mentioned, it could have gone so much better for TNC if that Hand of God came off a little sooner. I think the mech as well just wasn't quite in range, so... Febby. So yeah, little bit surprised that they did opt to go back in, despite the fact that Leshen just previously had to TP away because he was completely out on mana. That's why T1 made that aggressive rotation, because they saw that he didn't have anything to be able to fight with. A Shrek with no mana is just useless. It's essentially like the same as having no HP or no hero at all.
Is under attack.
And you see Jackie as well throughout that was just continuing to farm. I mean, he's got the Mjolnir boots of travel now, so he's going to be able to do incredibly well with being able to shove out the side lanes and making it very difficult for TNC to kind of make the plays and find the initiation. It might just get to the stage where they kind of have to, you know, really group up as a team. The issue is you kind of have an anti-mage, so it really hinders that. They're actually going to think about walking into Roche, though. I was going to say, are they going to try? I don't think you can. Ooh. John's just chilling.
Enjoying the one part of the map where you can't have any sort of vision.
Radiant forces.
I'm like, hang on a second, are they actually going to try and Roche it?
I think he's, at the very minimum, he's going to want to have the Manta style before.
Yeah. What's the kind of next set of items coming through? Armel's working on that BKB. He's actually almost got it now, so it's going to be very important considering all the spell damage that's coming through from Dire. And we even see just the actually Sand King picks up a blade mail here, so just even Radiant have a lot of spell damage as well. The kind of uncontrollable from the Leshrac, so it's going to be very nice to find that catch.
And TNC are going to be feeling a little bit concerned about this as well. You know, T1 have done a fantastic job of delaying these games out a little bit. You can see how much more effective the Arc Warden is at farming compared to the Anti-Mage. And as well, on top of that, your Chen, he drops off significantly compared to the Undying. Undying just feels like he's effective at all points of the game, even just with that Tombstone and the ultimate.
Perfect scan though on Radiant. They are well aware that T1 are up on the high ground. Let's see if they want to try and contest this push that's coming through though. They've got the glyph to try and protect the tower here. Although,
Smoke.
see, they don't really have too much vision in the area, unfortunately. I mean, they see Cuckoo at the moment, but how do you find the initiation though? It's just going to be so awkward. Armel's going to move forward with the Atos, but a quick blink away. Now Zephyr's going to be the target there if Armel can get range for the slow. They even dropped the Tombstone because now with the wraparound, Whitemon is very far pushed up on the front line, but now Carl, beautiful coil with the silence. But where's the follow-up damage at the moment? Chen could be in trouble. The Dragon Slave, not enough. Cuckoo's going to miss out on the bow strike as well. Now on top of the backline, Xian, they get the clumsy net, but there's no more follow-up. And now Armel's actually in trouble. Laguna Blade's going to be able to cut him down. Tim's with the Rolling Thunder, going to try and disrupt the backline. They found the Arc, this incredibly important target here. Xian, though, stunned up. Beautifully done from Zephyr. Can they keep the Arc Warden alive, though? The Anti-Mage has to try and blink to disengage, but Carl's going to be able to follow up. He's got got the blink back up pretty shortly here for the Anti-Mage. Can he stay alive with the magic resistance? One more waning rift into the right click. As Dire, they only lose one hero. What an incredible fight from them.
I just have to give props to Cuckoo for all of this. Like, you know, you might have a look at him and say, but he's the position 3, he's the lowest level on the team, he's died 5 times, but his positioning every single time just seems to be perfect, you know, always catching out the smokes. He's a good enough player that he's going to be able to blink away before that Atos connects, and, you know, like you mentioned before, with this build that the Leshrac has gone, they have no instant initiation onto anyone, so it meant that he was able to get away, they were able to reset things on T1's side, and then you saw how the fight went, and throughout all of that I believe the Tombstone was just living throughout that entire time. So I'm kind of shocked that T1 didn't just opt to back up a little bit and then take a team fight again when Tombstone isn't a factor.
Yeah, I mean, that was a fight where Lesh didn't have the BKB, wasn't able to utilize it there, so the damage that Dire are dishing out at the moment is just through the roof, and we're really starting to feel the Arc Warden. I mean, look at the net worth. You know, Jackie, whenever they see this hero, they're going to jump him instantly from TNC, but, you know, it's going to be so important from Carl to be able to find the initiation first to lock them in and kind of protect this Arc Warden, and it's going to get even more difficult because Puck's now got the Aghanim, so this BKB for the Lesh is kind of just, you're going to control him in the middle of the fight to really now enable the Arc Warden just to siege on the back.
Same thing with the Pango,
Yep.
right? Like, it's much more of a factor there, and I can't remember the last time a really significant rupture has happened. TNC either. It just feels like you're playing one ultimate down.
Oh, Febu get jumped on here. Looks like you just see how up in the face that Carl is able to play at the moment. Like and recognizing
This
that
is the
radiant.
real Arc Warden mid.
Yeah, Chion playing around with them at the moment. He got this ward actually. Carl's gonna blink forward pretty aggressively. Unfortunately, didn't get the bounty there. Alright, so I mean, T1 have a 10,000 net worth lead though, 25 minutes in. And as this game continues, yes, Dire have a pretty good net worth advantage at the moment. How is the carry-carry matchup going to fare in the late game with the Anti-Mage versus the Arc?
Honestly, I don't think it's anything depending on the heroes themselves. I think it's
Sure.
just going to depend on the rest of the team, right? Who's going to be able to take advantage of the positioning throughout the map. And, of course, Arc Warden's always going to have a better time with that just because he can TP wherever the hell he wants.
See, Dire, they're going to try and smoke up and wrap on this high ground, get the control of the triangle because Roshan is available still. See if Armel... It might be the target, unfortunately. I mean, he's got the ward on the high ground, so if he pops it, he's going to have that advantage there, and it looks like they won't find anyone. But, I mean, bot's shoved in, mid's getting shoved in, they're going to have to deal with top, which looks like Jackie's going to be able to do so. So, the lanes are in a very good spot here.
Just send up your Tempest double, and if he dies, he dies. You know, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. You just get another one in the next 20 seconds.
He's almost got a data list completed as well from Jackie. He is doing incredibly well with this net worth. He's just going to be... It's going to be a lot of damage for them to be able to deal with. And now they're going to walk in Roche. They've got the control of the triangle with this ward. Mid's pushed in, which they haven't dealt with. And bot's and bot and top are in a pretty even spot at the moment. So this is a great opportunity for the guys on Dire to be able to attempt to take Roche on. And it looks like there's nothing Radiant trying to do it at the moment. They're just, you know, getting the farm still on the Anti-Mage, who's actually behind the Puck and the Leshrac. So unfortunate for Chion, you know, really struggling at the moment to keep up.
Yeah, there's nothing that they can do. That is the Daedalus finished as well, just being delivered through to him now. So just a split pushing threat, but in team fights as well. They found KP. He's
Not
dead.
the TPR, but Cuckoo's in range, so that's just a Bloodseeker in no man's land. And I mean, that's a nice little pick off. Meanwhile, down bot as well, they actually got the call on top of the Anti-Mage. Let's see, where's the follow-up? Arc Warden's going to TP in with the Tempest double, and the real one, just the crits are through the roof.
There's the damage.
Yeah, they do actually kill off Zephyr, but I mean the price is you lose 2 cores across the map though, and Carl is just going to be able to deal with top instantly. So this is just, I mean, what a mess across the map right now. Oh no, he doesn't. Like,
So yeah, right now all really T1 need to do is protect the Arc Warden, right? He's by far the strongest hero in the game. You've got your now Aegis picked up, Arc Warden, Daedalus. How many levels ahead of the Anti-Mage is he? 4 levels ahead. The time is now for T1. If they can end the game through the
Radiant's top tower
Say
is under
35-minute mark. I think they're in a really good spot.
How easy is it going to be for them to try and siege up this high ground? I mean, I guess they got a mass amount of attack range with the Hurricane Pike, the talent. They even got that telescope as well that Lean is holding, so...
And a bubble means that you're not really all that worried about any sort of... Well, they don't exactly have range damage coming back, but still, it just gives you that extra burst that forces a reaction out of TNC.
Radiant, they're coming out the base here, gonna try and play through that western tree line. Do they have a ward on Febby? They got a couple. Gonna have to try and de-ward the jungle, but Whitemon's already set up here. Now it drops the tomb on the high ground. Where's the fold coming through? Dire, they're beelining towards the triangle camp, and it looks like Febby is in trouble here. They'll lose the Chen. Meanwhile, I mean, bot's getting shoved in by the Tempest double, and all the lanes are in an incredibly good spot for Dire. They still got about 2 minutes 40 on the Aegis, and they're actually setting up on top for the anti-mates. They find the LSA, now Puck's gonna TP in as well. Just look at the damage. All they need is the Lina, and the crits coming through from Jackie. This Agnums with the Lina just shreds through him, so much damage, and that's just another pick-off in the lane.
Just shows how strong the Lina is when you've got that cast range talent, you've got the Aether Lens and the Telescope. So what normally is quite risky in the Light Strike array due to the big wind-up means that you don't really have to worry all that much about it as well. And now they've got a solid 40 seconds of no anti-mage where they're free to just continue pushing forward. There's no way TNC can take a fight without the AM. He's all their farm, essentially, outside of this Lesh.
Yeah, we really just haven't felt the impact of the Bloodseeker so far, and it's... At the moment, it's just kind of the core is trying to do whatever they can. I mean, the anti-mage and the Leshrac, I guess at least, you know, the Bloodseeker relatively good at being able to defend high ground with that Blood Right, but you just still see the freeness of being able to siege from so far away. And I have a ward up on the high ground as well, so Cuckoo can jump if he wants to try and go on Febby. They even dropped the Tombstone pretty aggressively as well here, so let's see what TNC are going to be able to do. Just trying to jump on top of Febby here, who doesn't really have any help in the moment. Might honestly have to pop some of the sustain, and he will do both with the mech and the hand of God. So exactly what you want from T1 to force that out early.
Yeah. Loving it from T1. They just force reactions out of their opponents time after time.
Cuckoo might find Armel here, actually. Burrow strike down. Armel pops a BKB. If they can disengage him, reset the fight, because Rolling Thunder forward as well. Tim's is able to find the connection, but Double the Coil locks him in place, and it's just going to allow Jackie to go to work. There's no more follow-up. Cuckoo's actually going to try and chase for more here inside the base. He gets the Yule's control and Radiant. I mean, what can you do with the rest of the team here? They're just seeing a couple of heroes die without any assistance, and I mean, it feels like the AM still just not at the stage where he's able to join these fights comfortably.
Paladin Sword is nice, but meanwhile, while you're farming the jungle, your base is going away. I figured maybe he might try and start to push these waves out a little bit, give them some respite against all of the pressure coming through T1, but still got 35 seconds on this Aegis, and they're going to want to use it.
Yeah, just back up the high ground they go. See how fast the siege is coming through, and I mean, at least Tim's going to be live in about 10 seconds here. Won't have the Rolling Thunder for another 20. And unfortunately, they don't have a glyph to be able to utilize as well, so this is going to be a lot of objective damage right now inside the base. And you know, TNC, it's really all up to the anti-mage from being able to find the net worth and come back into this game. It feels like Carl. The jump forward, you see the damage, man. If he dropped the coil, Jackie honestly might have been able to find a kill. He still might on Tim's. Pops the Glimmer, so he's going to be okay. But look at the space. They're just dealing with a set of racks at the moment. KP gets the Atos. Aegis is going to tick out here. Jackie's still playing very up forward, but...
He wants to use that Tempest double just to take the melee racks, you can tell. But the rest of his team, they've backed off a little bit, so let's see how well he is at listening to his new team. Good. Looks like he's listening to Big Daddy Cuckoo.
Well, he might still get it. There's not really much they can do tonight. Oh, there we go. 2 full sets of racks advantage now for the boys on Dire, and this is a 22,000 net worth lead. They are incredibly far ahead. The probability is 99% as well, so things are not looking good for TNC.
And it's only going to get worse as soon as that level 25 comes up on the Arc Ward. And honestly, you could go for either
top lane.
There.
They're setting up. They got that sentry on the high ground, so the Glimmer Cape is still able to reveal him. So Carl drops the coil. Just the This potential puck being everywhere across the map and Jackie joining them as well. And now they're even going to see Armel pushed up pretty far here. He's got to be careful. Will blink up on the high ground. Still got the BKB, but Kuku's able to find the stun. And now LSA fall off. They're just going to be able to bring him down. Doesn't get the BKB off. Not that it really would have done much afterwards. This is... I mean, they're just getting picked off at the moment. And it's really felt like the tale of the past 10 minutes here, where they found so many important pickoffs to really enable them to push down objectives. We see the Chen's going to end up falling as well. Carl just blinking so aggressively. He doesn't give a damn right now. He's got the Dagon picked up, and they're going to try and look to end this as they're inside the base. Jackie trying to deal with the last full set of racks. And I mean, anti-mage, it's time. You got to do something. This is your defense coming through. What can you provide? Armel straight on top of them. Pops the BKB. He's going to find the stun. It connects on top of the Arc Ward, and that's a perfect target if they're able to bring him down. But now with the coil, they're going to try and look to turn. Jackie with the damage. Epi's coming through as well. They drop the hand to go, but is this saying enough? It looks like the anti-mage just don't have the damage along with the less track. Tim's a little bit too late with the Rolling Thunder. And they call it quits as T1 will take game one. Incredibly well played from them.
I mean, he finally got the Skadi towards the end of that, and that's what was the key timing for him trying to turn it around, but there's just way
let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We got games 2 draft underway here between TNC Predator and T1. And after a very strong performance from T1, they're looking to try and close out the series here 2-0. Got to keep in mind, all the group stages matches are best of 2s.
A pretty dominant performance as well coming through from T1. It was clear that they had a set game plan. Then again, so did TNC. It just came down to the execution. T1 having the heroes at their disposal to be able to delay out a lot of these pushes, and a couple of mis-executions, you know, taking a team fight once Tombstone had already been dropped and not actually having already committed to it. They could have just backed off, didn't do that. Mana Void being used onto full mana target. Unfortunate, but it happens sometimes. And yeah, T1 and TNC paid the price for it. 1-0 lead, but it's a different game coming through. And TNC, they hate seeing Zephyr having that leaner, so that's just going to be booted out of the pools.
Yeah, I like the little bit of priority switch up. I mean, it's going to mean that the Viper or the Mag is going to get let through here, which is what TNC banned out in that first game. And we see T1, they're going for the same ban heading into the second game as well, with Avenge and the Sven getting taken care of. So it looks like, you know, Sven yesterday was kind of the, I mean, honestly, he's been the hero through the entire patch, but really yesterday we saw him just demolish games, and even some teams show the priority on just picking him up in first pick. So, I heard some people say that, like, I feel like you brought up yesterday actually that the reason why we don't see Sven too much banned out is because he is beatable, but it looks like at the moment teams are just kind of, they just don't want to play against it. It looks like they don't even want to pick it as well.
I think it's one of those things that comes down to ease of execution as well, and the reason T1 are taking it away from them is that they know they're not going to pick it up first just because they've got other things that they want to keep the Sven possibility in their back pocket. They really value the Undying as another thing as well, and it's pretty easy to execute, like I said. So Sven, especially when you've got someone like Qian standing in for you who's not part of the core roster, who might not understand the intricacies of how you play and what the movements are like, it just makes the whole game a lot easier. So if they could take that away from TNC, that's a big win for T1 off the bat.
We're going to see them pick up the Undying once again. I'm intrigued to see how TNC want to try and deal with the Undying. I've seen the ranged 4 seems like a very good way in the laning stage. You know, the Mirana in particular, we saw TNC pick it up in both their games yesterday that they played. So
no, it was Jabs. They played against it twice.
That's right. Sorry, I'm trying to remember who. Yeah,
no,
it was Jabs.
Because when you think Mirana, you think Tim's, right? That is just going to be playing an amazing Mirana. So I can completely get that, but honestly, I could see it. I can see them coming out with it. You know, you get the attack speed bonus when you use the leap. There we go. You know, it's just going to come through. It's one of those things like the Shadow Shaman where if they commit to it, to dropping the Tombstone and the Flesh Golem, just run away. You know, you've already got one hero that's got a pseudo escape with the leaps coming through there, and that's just on a support. So I think maybe that's going to be what TNC are looking to prioritize, just choosing better fights this time around.
Radiant's turn to pick.
They go back with the Lash from T1. So we saw last game had a relatively decent performance with the Leshrac armor. Wasn't able to do too much throughout the later stage, but we just see the power of the Leshrac constantly, and just see the value that you're able to pick up with it as one of the best kind of mid lane heroes going around at the moment.
Yeah, and you can kind of bait people into team fights as well. You know, one of the best heroes at chasing people down just because of, you know, your natural item progression. Actually getting the Yules as early in this meta, obviously rushing the Ags, but great base movement speed. You're going to build into that Boots of Travel. You might luck out and get a Faded Brooch, and then suddenly, even if the team does decide to run, if a Tombstone is dropped, you can just chase them down and there's not really anything they can do about it. Or mobility. Right now from TNC, they just want to have that Guardian Sprint to be able to get away, and it's good for pickoffs, and it enables the possibility of a PA coming through. So would not surprise me if T1 ban it out. There we go.
how, because naturally an Undying in the lane versus any strength hero is going to feel pretty strong with the decay, although Slardar is one of the better off lanes to actually trade against a melee matchup. How is this going to fare? Is it more that the Mirana is going to try and drag the Undying away from the Slardar so Slardar can kind of just 1v1 the core, or is it still going to be kind of difficult for Slardar to play into?
It could just be Mirana dragging the creep wave in, right? Because if you're picking this sort of thing, you're most likely just going to get a boots of speed, and Undying really doesn't want to do that at the super early stages. You know, you want to be able to get an Orb of Venom, you want to be able to get some regen, so you're able to spam out a lot of your abilities. So Mirana's going to have the extra movement speed, drag the creep wave away, block the small camp. There's not really going to be all that much that Whitemon's going to be able to do about it, and that's going to get Mirana her level 2, probably drag another wave, give that over to the Slardar, and he's going to be just fine. So I don't think TNC have too much to worry about in this top lane.
Trying to see what they want to do, go for to deal with the Mirana and the Slardar as well. I'm a big fan of having a hero that has a hard dispel, in particular because the Mirana arrow literally just gets rid of this long duration stun, and then also a way to get rid of the corrosive haze. The issue is though that T1 picking up their position 5 pretty early on in the Undying, so it kind of takes away this potential of picking up like an Omni 5. We've seen China like the Abaddon 5 as well. You know, they can still go back for that in a position 3 brawl, but we've seen more of the emphasis on how putting those heroes on some support roles instead.
I wouldn't mind a Legion Commander coming through here for T1. It gives them that hard dispel that you're mentioning as well. If they're looking to go for these heroes with an escape, well, suddenly that isn't really a factor. If you're able to get a Blink Duel onto the Mirana, let's say, probably not going to build up into all too much sustain and just self beef or self stats, if that makes sense. Like you want to build into things like, I don't know, the Yule Scepter or the Guardian Greaves, or if you're really having a great game, an Ag Scepter. So none of that is really going to help you survive all that much if you get dueled. Maybe the Ags, but that, you know, makes it so that you're not dying in 2 seconds, you're dying in 4, and you know, you're still dead because of the duel.
So they only ban out one core with the Slardar getting picked up. What are some of the better ones apart from the Phantom Assassin that we were seeing with the Slardar?
Like to face up into the Slardar?
But to play with, like already I think Lifesteal looks really good, honestly, actually just thinking about it.
Gives them a vehicle, which is always quite nice. What, Phoenix coming through? Man, this was picked in basically every single game about a month or 2 ago, and it's just dropped off, but nothing's changed about the hero. It is super strong. It's great at just sustaining the rest of your team, especially if you've got a beefy boy like a Slardar that just wants to stand on the front lines and soak up a lot of this damage, and he's obviously going to get high HP as well eventually, so Phoenix is just going to be able to feed off that, give the Sun Ray for a lot more damage, and you already got 2 stuns as well, so if they try and commit in to deal with a Supernova, can just, you know, stun them back, even though it's only 1 second. Try and deal with them that way. Lifestealer still seems like a very good pick for me coming through for TNC if they were wanting to go down that path.
Right now, I don't have a way to deal with the Supernova, which is the one thing I'm looking at. Snapfire is really standing out to me at the moment. I'm trying to think of some other, I mean, Mirana and Lina are already taken out of the pool, so I'm trying to think of some other heroes. They go for the Chaos Knight. Okay. So some flexibility. We see him kind of attempted to be run as a 3, sometimes picked up in that 1 role as well. What's your overall opinion right now with Chaos Knight? We don't see it too much.
10 seconds remain.
I mean, I suppose TNC are kind of single target heavy right now. Like, Slardar is really the only big damage dealer for the super early game. When it gets late game, Phoenix is amazing, but not too much to be able to deal with all of these illusions. And again, it just gives T1 so much more objective taking potential once they win a team fight, and they've got good pick off as well. You know, a Reality Rift into a stun on a Mirana or a Phoenix, they're dead, or they have to pop a crappy Supernova, which you never want to do. But pretty solid team fight coming out right now from TNC. Couple of stuns. Spectre doesn't really care about it. All of that damage coming through from the Leshrac is just going to get dispersed back to the rest of the team, so I don't mind it.
Yeah, I like the Spectre getting picked up as well, because it gives you you're kind of this natural blade mail builder that we've been seeing, and not only with the dispersion of the blade mail, it really makes it difficult for the Leshrac to actually kind of chase him down throughout the fight. And you take a look at their overall team fight. I mean, it's not a hero that directly deals with the Chaos Knight illusions, which I think they need to go for in this last pick, something like a Zeus, potentially some form of constant AoE damage to deal with the Phantasm, which is something they're lacking. But what are T1, are you anticipating this to be their position 4 here?
That they're going to pick up next?
Yeah.
I mean, Zephyr could still play the Lash. You know, there's nothing to say that he couldn't. Terrorblade. I feel like they're trying to bait this Zeus pick out, man, and I don't like the Zeus pick all that much, just because, yes, it's fantastic, of course, at dealing with the Chaos Knight and the Terrorblade, but you're so squishy, and if they do get onto the backlines, there's very little damage coming through for you in the first 25 minutes or so, and I feel like TNC can just take the game and run away with it if that's the case. I was thinking maybe something more along the lines of an Ember or a Storm or a Void Spirit, one of the 3 brothers. Maybe even the Earth Spirit, to be honest. Just something that's able to easily get away from all of these stuns, because the Chaos Bolt travels pretty slowly. Split Earth, you know that it's coming. It's probably the biggest windup in the entire game. So if you could dodge that out, then suddenly there's no way to catch you. But then it just comes back to your point where it's kind of hard to deal with the CK illusions, and now the TB illusions on top of that. So what's the best hero that can do that? I would probably say Ember Spirit, going into like a Maelstrom build, perhaps.
And this is probably the Chaos Knight picking up the Aghanim's that are relatively early timing as well, so now you're going to have even more illusions to have to deal with.
Yeah.
And they do, so yeah, there's that Snapfire ban, something I brought up earlier to kind of help deal with the Phoenix. So they do have the Terrorblade at least at the moment.
Are they just trying to crash someone's computer that's too crappy to deal with all these illusions? Is that what the plan is right now?
Sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like a lot of fun. Just mass drop the FPS. Maybe try and win a team fight in that regard.
You've got the Spectre as well, so illusions on both ends. We just need a Darkseer now. Illusions on illusions.
For T1, is this more than likely? That's the thing, they got the flexibility on the left track to be able to play it as a 4 or a 2, so you can either give it to Zephyr, you can either give it to Carl in that mid lane. TA ban.
Well, they don't have last pick over, so that's something that they're going to be considering, right? You can't have this gotcha style pick on T1. Ideally, they still want it to be up in the air as to who they're going to have. Is it Leshrac or is it whoever next? Puck, I mean, sure. Carl played a fantastic Puck last time. It doesn't reveal exactly what the laning setup is going to be, but I feel like dealing with Leshrac and Puck is kind of a similar beast, at least in the laning stage, and they are going for the Zeus, so I think, yeah, this is the game of if Zeus dies constantly, T1 wins. If he's able to sit back and cast spells, TNC win. It's as simple as that.
Do Dire have a lineup to be able to get on top of the Zeus? So I guess Puck Coil, one of the best ways to be able to deal with someone who's very reliant on your positioning, but can, you know, the Chaos Knight, the Leshrac, the TB be able to follow up with that damage through the core court?
I'm kind of curious to see who's playing what here, because if they want to run a 4 Puck, then they can do it as more of this suicidal thing of, look, just get in onto the Zeus and deal with him that way, and it is a 4 Puck. But then once you do, you're basically dead, right? But if you're taking out the position 2 for a position 4, you're perfectly happy with that. But if they wanted to go the other way and have like a Puck 2, then you have that survivability, but it runs the risk as well, right? Of if you die, then suddenly you're without your mid laner. So I think I prefer this way of going about things for T1. The fact that it's Zephyr, he's going to play the Sacrificial Lamb, and he's been playing pretty damn well, so it wouldn't even surprise me if he doesn't die with those super deep engagements. Let's see.
Yeah, well, I mean, Cole had an incredibly strong game on the Puck last, so let's see if Zephyr's going to be able to kind of continue with that momentum at the moment. But with the draft all set, is there a team you're favoring heading into the second game?
I'm gonna say T1. Oh, no. I want to say T1 just because, like, I don't think this Phoenix can leave the lane. And I don't think Tims and KP are going to be able to get enough done on their own. They're going to need to commit quite heavily with the Haunt and the Thunder God's Wrath, because neither the Spectre or the Zeus are going to want to actually leave the lane. They want to get as much done while still farming as possible. Whereas with T1, Puck can roam at all stages. Leshrac is fine with roaming. We've also got, well, Undying probably a bit less so, but Chaos Knight perfectly happy to do it as well. So I'm going to go with T1 again. They've been impressing me all throughout. I think they can do it again.
Yeah, well, let's see if they can go undefeated through their first 2 series of the group stages so far, taking on TNC in the second game. It's going to be a tricky matchup for them. As we see with the draft all set, it's going to be a little bit more of a team fight orientated lineup that we have at the moment from TNC, and I'm excited to see how Cuckoo is able to play on the Chaos Knight as a position 3 though.
Yeah, I mean, it's been played a lot as a 3 throughout the world, really. Like, yeah. It's not even something exclusive to the Southeast Asian region. I know Viking playing it quite heavily over in the European region. China, they're always trying to innovate as much as possible, and Southeast Asia's picked it up too. So I think he's totally fine with it. It's just about getting those couple of early stats, securing your farm, making it so you don't have to go back to base all that much, and then, like you mentioned, picking up the Ag Scepter, making even more illusions to deal with.
We'll see how the setup's going to go, and hopefully Qian's able to have a bit better of a time on this Spectre than the Anti-Mage last game. So a couple of the pickups really hinder the lane, but early on, I mean, oh, actually, who's going to get the bounty? Looks like Cuckoo will. And Febby actually might be in trouble here, though. Already picked up the level on the Fire Spirits. At least the dagger is going to give them, you know, some movement speed slow. Actually, no, they're not going to chase forward. They do have another Chaos Bite available and some of the decays to continue falling, but Zephyr wasn't there, so a little bit of harassment, I guess.
Okay, so Tims actually hasn't opted to go for the Boots of Speed here on the Mirana, and it's a little bit lucky for him that, sorry, for Whitemon, that he's opted to say, well, I'm not going to go for the Orb of Venom either. He's just got the Ring of Protection. He wants to brawl and stop KP as much as possible.
Out of my way!
Let's see if Tims is going to start to go here to try and pull the wave. No, they're happy to just try and bait out the Metamorphosis, it seems, on the top side.
Well, this is the thing with the Terrorblade as well, that you get a massive damage spike with that meta, and unfortunately Undying, a hero that's not going to be able to provide you a slow or a stun. I guess the Tombstone, very minor reflection as well, but you know, it's really, really nice as a Terrorblade when you pop that Metamorphosis and then you're able to have some form of a kill threat with just the increased damage.
I'm just keen on seeing how this mid lane goes. I rate Armel as one of the best mids in the scene, but Carl, his rate of improvement has been fantastic in the past half a year or so.
Yeah, definitely starting to show his dominance on the mid lane and just continuing to get better and better as every game that he does end up playing. And you see kind of the little bit of the damage difference with the right clicks, but again, the thing about the Leshrac is that you've got such a good mana pool, and your abilities, you know, the mana cost early is relatively low, so you can just utilize that to be able to secure your CS, which is always important.
Febby's doing a pretty good job here of making it Qian that's getting the lion's share of the experience, getting him stunned up though with moving in close. He's still a little careful here on Febby. He gets up onto his level 2 now, so he's got the dive for the escape potential. I think he just took a creep away from the Spectre though.
Still my CS, what the hell, Febby? What are you doing? Probably just pinging him, molded. Goddamn, 1 CS. That could be the difference here, as you see the moment with the Orb of Venom on Cuckoo, just the slows coming out, and also with the follow-up stun. Spectre could be in trouble, and the Orb's going to be enough damage to secure first blood here. So T1, they hit once again early to be able to claim that. Spectre down And this is kind of the thing. I mean, the Phoenix as a laning stage support through level 1 and level 2 is relatively weak. You get a very big spike once you get an extra point in the Fire Spirits. Just the damage per second, 15 to 35 is the big one. So once he's able to get that, it might be a little bit more different in how it's looking at the moment.
I mean, even just at level 1, it's honestly okay, but it's the fact that Fiery Spirits has a 51-second cooldown after that's used. So I really like the fact that Cuckoo and Zephyr immediately realized that it was all the spirits had been used, immediately make their move after that. And you mentioned the Orb of Venom, but also Zephyr, he's got the Blightstones, so any sort of aggression in these early couple of levels is going to be heavily punished.
We're going to try and see some rotations come through from the supports as well for the power. And Kyle's a little bit weak here. Does have the bottle coming out for him, so he's going to have some charges to be able to utilize it. Looks like Armel's just got one, and with some supports coming over. Febby from bot. Might be let's see if he can get there in time. Whitemon's already set up top, however. Are they going to get lucky? Well, there you go. 50-50 chance.
Relatively happy with that. I mean, Leshrac can always just run back to base quite quickly, but he's got the full bottle charges, so that'll be enough to get him through to the 5-minute bounty runes, and he'll be just fine.
You get nothing.
See, not much action so far throughout the laning stage, though. Both teams still just trying to get set up. And we see, is this mainly just come through eventually from someone like the Lesh, and then that level 6 on Armel as well, where we might see some more kills come out?
Potentially. I mean, I think this is a game where things will really start to ramp up as soon as he hits onto his level 5, his level 6. And same with the Spectre, right? I don't think Mirana and Slardar can make any sort of movements happen before that time. We've got bounties. Tims is going to be able to grab one of them. He's also stacked up this camp, so maybe expecting a move from the Zeus towards the top side quite soon, so that you know, you can maybe get a kill onto the TB, start to take the tower, and in the meantime farm it up. Maybe going down though.
He's going to end up falling here, and see they're continuing to try and look to pressure Qian as well. They're going to have a Chaos Bolt up in a couple seconds here. Zeus has still got that ultimate, so they're trying to man-fight on the Spectre, but it looks like the Thunder God's Wrath gets the kills, so Spectre will find a little bit of experience before he dies, but that's you see the rough laning stage that he's having at the moment. He's 1-2, he's only got 17 last hits.
And that was Cuckoo not even using the Reality Rift. He just have enough mana, exactly 50 when he died, but he had the Mango as well available, so might have been able to get that kill before the Spectre goes down, but I think he'll be fine with just having the mana for any future engagements too.
Well, at least this time Armel is going to be able to get the rune. Nice little arcane. Might be able to farm up a stack at the medium, which he does have, and see how this one's continuing on. I mean, it's been a pretty good start for Dire, though. 3-1 in the kill count. You see both all the cores farming pretty nicely, and the Terrorblade up top as well. Something that we haven't really brought up yet. Just a hero that has incredibly high base armor and your agi gain, so you're naturally going to have a very good way to deal with the Slardar Corrosive Haze.
Yeah, but conversely, the reason why he needs to go for all of these high stat items, especially against something like a Zeus, is that you've got a pretty pathetic health pool. So something like a Zeus is just able to deal with you really effectively. Same thing with the Phoenix, if he's able to get in on top of him, or the Mirana if you get a lucky stun through.
Yeah, so, and I mean, they don't really have this defensive aspect. I mean, Soul Rip kind of, if that heal is going to be enough with everything in the area. So we'll see, you know, if he's able to get all the stat items fast enough to kind of tank up through the damage, and you know, intrigued on even if we might see some kind of magic resistance come through on the Chaos Knight potentially, if he's just going to go for that Ags pretty early.
KP's going out for Whitemon here. He should be able to spot him out. Nope, the cover of nighttime's enough to get away. He's going to find the Royal Jelly, really nice for him.
Cole's got 4 points up in the Edict. TNC, they don't want to allow this to happen though. He's level 8 as well, so the damage really starting to skyrocket here for the Zeus, and now but the slow just allows him to constantly chase him down. Armor needs one more Arc Lightning to claim it, and now he's going to look for more blood as well, with Cuckoo trying to get in top of the river, but it looks like the Zeus right now is just dishing out the deeps. They even get the Haunt just for the vision. Qian's going to be able to claim that one, and I get the vision on top of Zephyr as well. The Puck Orb is unfortunately on Kudan. He can pop the one for the Waning Rift, but they're going to have the vision thanks to the dagger, and Almel will come over. Very nice tower defense from TNC as they find 3, and meanwhile across the map Tim's just soaking up some experience, and top KP doing whatever he wants right now on the lane.
Yeah, the fact that KP was able to not even join that team fight and you still get a victory is huge. You know, he was level 6. It felt like he didn't have the impact that he was quite used to on the Bloodseeker last time around, but he's having a much easier game this time. Zephyr's here though, just to keep that lane pushed out. They want to avoid losing as many towers as possible. Just keep safe spaces for Jackie to continue to farm.
This is the nice thing about the Terrorblade. You can fall back, farm the jungle, and you've got a support who's very strong at being able to play the dead lane, just shove it out with ease and not really have too much worry. I mean, the Corrosive Haze is going to make it a little bit awkward because they can just always find him in the tree line. But that is the power. At least, the Puck support is going to get a decent amount, considering, we see right now supports the emphasis on making sure you have some form of wave clear.
Oh no. Tim's, what a player. They, oh, that's not blocking it. Okay, good. So Tim's just went on a bit of a warding mission. So he body blocked the top camp. He put the Observer Ward down next to it, and then he puts a Sentry Ward on the Ancient stack, so that there's nothing that they can farm on the TB for the next.
And you see they haven't even started to try and consider making stacks as well at the moment for him. So, I mean, taking a look at the levels though, Phoenix 4 at the moment, trying to get closer and closer towards the 6. They'll have the Tome coming up pretty shortly as well. So, trying to hit TNC on this kind of level 6 timing, along with Spectre having the Haunt available pretty soon, but let's see, they need to make some stacks themselves as well, but it looks like Dire, they've already blocked this camp with a Sentry, so well aware, kind of both teams recognizing that the position 1 wants to be farming stacks around the Ancients.
Speaking of Ancient farming, you've got Brian who's picked up the Blade Mail, so not quite yet, but speaking of as well, the Sentry Wards, there's one popped down in the Radiant Tri-Camp as well, so no Ancients is the name of the game for both of these teams.
Cuckoo, he's getting chased down here. He's got no help coming through at the moment. The 3-man stun's going to hold them back, but they got the Thunder Gods to claim that. Meanwhile, up top though, KP4's the coil. Carl comes over with all the AoE damage, and they just bring down the Slaughter. And this is again, I mean, you just have the Puck who's able to play this lane so safely, and he's just getting golden experience that no one really wants to claim. So this is going to allow Zephyr to be able to get some pretty decent item timings, and I mean, he's 4-1-1, 4-1-0 I should say.
And this is the sort of thing as well that I was mentioning with the Puck playing the pos 4, you're able to play that suicidal role. If you die, it's not quite as big of a deal, but now he's even going to have
stun from Carl. Oh my god, I've been so impressed with how he's been performing. He might still get stunned up, although the arrow's going to miss here. KP chasing him down. TP rotations coming through from the Puck. Zephyr. Coil still on cooldown at the moment. Man, the Slaughter TP'd in, started to Guardian Sprint or run him down, and then that timing with the Horn, as soon as he jaunted in, just found that 2-man stun, and Carl just scurries himself away.
Great job, KP. Uses the benefit of the Guardian Sprint in the river just to back out to the top side. They want to take away this top tier 1 tower as quickly as they can. Man, have a look at all of the Sentry Wards placed by the Dire in the Tri-Camp area. They are just like, please let us farm.
Yeah, so much emphasis on just enabling Jack at the moment, who is farming very nicely. It looks like he's actually going to be going into the Hood, I believe, after the Yasha.
Interesting choice. I mean, sure, it makes him a lot more tanky against this heavy magic burst, but provide that pure HP that I feel he needs.
And what is the just 8.5 HP regen, 25% magic resistance is the passive. So, I mean, we'll see. Jackie's going to have to try and build, yes, I mean, the stats afterwards, exactly like you said. I mean, he's still just going to be incredibly squishy, and, you know, yeah, they'll be able to go through that hood protection very easily.
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
Yeah, we've got another pretty passive game at the moment. I mean, 9 kills, 13 minutes in. Is this favoring a particular team at the moment through TNC or T1?
It depends on who's getting the farm on these teams, right? Like I mentioned before with Zephyr, if he's able to jump in and die, but still get his job done in killing Zeus, then, you know, that's success for him. The fact that he's actually getting a lot of farm in this position 4 role means that I'm feeling quite strong about T1, but quite sure about this Hood of Defiance build on Jackie. I feel like he just needs to be putting a lot more pressure on as well as surviving, and I feel like Hood is only doing one of those things.
Meanwhile, you try and take a look at the Radiant Heroes. They did counter block, or early, I should say, D-ward the Ancients there. So Qian's going to be able to farm up around the triangle with this good old Blade Mail maxed out dispersion. It gives you a way. Now you turn yourself into an Ancient Cling hero, and you just see the farm really start to skyrocket. This is trying to keep up because he didn't have the strongest laning stage, and you see, I mean, TNC, they feel, it looks like they're okay with this though, knowing that the Zeus is going to be able to deal with the Terror Blade. You know, RML working towards the Aghanim, Spectre trying to find the items as well. Feb is a very low level, only level 6 at the moment here for the Phoenix, but they do have the blink down picked up for KP, so this is going to give them a much easier way to be able to initiate.
Supernova ready. He's even got the infused raindrops, which is going to be nice. You know, you don't want to be caught in the worst position, quickly losing your HP before you're popping that supernova, so and literally be the difference with a second before you're able to get a decent Icarus dive off to a safer position.
Uh-oh.
So stupid with the pumpkin head.
Jackie could be in trouble here. They're going to reveal the blink fall. They even drop the supernova as well. He's got the Thunder going to try and turn the bash and the lightning bolt at the perfect timing to stop that one. And this is right by the bounty. Meanwhile, Tim's up top though. They're going to try and cut him off, Whitemon. Doesn't have any detection, unfortunately. There you go. And meanwhile, actually, yeah, the Ancients, they're going to be able to find Karlk here. So actually 2 cores from tier 1 dying. And meanwhile, Tim's, he's still alive at the moment. He's going to try and TP out. Cuckoo, where is the damage? There we go. Zephyr with the AoE. But, I mean, meanwhile, guess what happens? They kill off the Lesh, you kill off the Terror Blade. Qian's now taking some Ancients away from you. Very nicely done.
What just happened there with Karl? So he used himself right on the top of the staircase, and then it felt like he couldn't run away or something like that. I don't know what happened. So, sorry, he used the slider, and then he couldn't run through it because he was like dead in the center and there was just no path. It's crazy. I've never seen that. Just a complete block up by one hero.
Mid lane though, Tombstone job to deal with the trees straight on top of the Zeus. RML's going to get brought down here, and you just see Dire recognizing that Radiant just used pretty much everything. I mean, Haunt down, Thunder Gods down, Supernova down as well. So like, all right, we got meta, time to go. Let's take the tier 1 tower. We feel pretty strong at the moment, and you know, they just catch out the Zeus, and now they might be able to find another hero as well. Your sets up for that stun. They could fall from the Waning Rift just in case there's any dive. And now, I mean, they get 2 pickoffs back their favor from Dire.
I was thinking maybe they might have considered doing the Roshan with the remainder of that metamorphosis, but it looks like the tier 1 tower top is going to be just as fine for them. It allows them to get a couple of waves of farm as well.
Fortifying their structures against attack.
Dire doing a very good job at being able to pressure the timings on the cooldowns at the moment. You really see that Radiant kind of getting run across the map and not feeling as strong as being able to contest them. I mean, we see RML, he's almost got the Aghanim, so getting closer and closer towards that. You know, he's keeping up in the farm. We even see the Spectre. You know, they haven't caught out Qian for a while here, so we're seeing this gold really start to accumulate for the position 1 on team.
Almost having the Manta though on the Terrorblade, so that's going to be quite nice. Being able to get out all of these slows coming through from the Phoenix. You're going to be able to get rid of the Corrosive Haze as well, and just some extra stats is always nice.
There is
That pick off mid on the Undying is going to enable them to be able to take the tier 1 tower here, so it's going to give them a lot more map control, and now really enables the Roshan capability though with the Slaughter. You know, we're probably going to see a big fight break out around there, especially with the Manta almost getting picked up, which is always, you know, it's a funny thing now that Spectre is so incredibly strong with being able to take Manta with how the Desolate changed with Roshan. So they already have, you know, Corrosive Haze almost level 12 at mid lane. There we go. Carl could be in trouble here. He eats the arrow. The creeps actually didn't tank it up there.
Nicely done again by TNC. Even if they weren't able to get that last little bit, they had the Zeus who Thunder God's Wrath just came up for him. Well, so he was dead regardless, and only 250 gold away. Speaking of that Zeus from his Ag Scepter, so nice healthy timing coming through him, and probably just going to do the normal thing, opt into the 25 movement speed.
They want to take the fight. Haunt, KP, blink forward. They're going to be able to bring down Cuckoo. It's a decent tombstone, but look at the damage coming out. They haven't got on top of the Zeus, so Armel, just with all the magical forcing them back. Whitemon's going to try and retreat away, but meanwhile Puck still going to end up falling, and it looks like Whitemon's going to join him as well. 3 down from T1. Man, that ward from TNT on the high ground, you see just the Simon would jump from the Slaughter and the Spectre there. Very nice fight.
Yeah, so remind me, when was the Carl again? Oh no, he just TP'd
Nimbus
back
gonna get
out.
dropped here with that ultimate now revealed thanks to the Aghanims, and now he's in trouble. He just TP'd there. 2 deaths in a row now, and man, TNC, they've just been able to find a immense amount of important pickoffs so far through this game, and now this is going to allow them to walk and claim Roche.
When was the time that Armel died? Can you remind me of that? Did they dive in mid? Is that what happened? Like when the T1 tower went down?
I'm trying to remember, when did he die?
I feel like that might have been it.
Yeah, actually, yeah, the T1 tower, when they dropped the tombstone when Dai took the objective. Yeah.
So it just feels like what we were thinking before, where it's like, well, if Armel could just sit back and cast spells like he did in that previous, well, couple of fights, really, they're just going to win, because there's no way to deal with this effect that he's having on illusions right now. KP might be in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, they deal with the ward on the high ground. Now they're going to try and turn with the tombstone dropped as well. Slaughter will fall. Febby going to try and dive away. I mean, they got the coil if the supernova they continue to chase, and they're not going to do so though. So just unfortunately KP getting a little bit too over aggressive. But meanwhile top though, Carl might get picked off once again. He's in trouble here.
No.
He doesn't have any help in the last track. Uses the Yules aggressively.
No Nimbus.
The hero's coming through. Armel can get in range for the bolt. He can, and Carl is ultra dead here. It's just going to be an extra death. I mean, that is now 3 in a row that we're seeing this Leshrac. Whose Implore is that? Is that Dyer's? Oh, it's Dyer's. Oh no. They lost their Claw.
Claw.
The Claw.
Yeah. It's always the worst thing to have a look at the neutral item stash, and you know you've got an item that's dropped for you and it says unknown. It's like,
hello team, where is this neutral item? He's so nice. Zephyr, they catch him out. Oh, just the join at the last second, but it's not going to matter because they got the follow-up with the vision. They've dropped the Nimbus. Thunder God's Wrath as well. Now down to the southern side, Cuckoo trying to find Tim's, but the Undying unable to really give them further control here. And now, meanwhile, they're going to have to try and defend top, but Carl, again, is this where he wants to be? Because Radiant, they're beelining it instantly to the Leshrac, and here comes this speedy Slaughter. Do they want to jump him, even walking up the high ground, though? Going to try and do so instantly with the Haunt as well, straight on top of the Leshrac. He's able to keep his life thanks to Cuckoo. Now with the high ground jacket, they're going to try and look to turn. He's got the Metamorphosis as a decent Supernova away from the western side here. They're going to be careful how far they push out of the base. Now with the cold drop, Zephyr finds 2. They still have the Aegis to be able to utilize here. Cuckoo's going to be able to drag back 1. Armel doesn't have too much mana to be able to continue with the fight as well. KP is going to be able to bring down the back, but he's still going to be careful as well. Jackie with the Metamorphosis trying to look to turn the Sunder. Chion needs the TP out. They got the damage coming out. Now with the dive away, Febby, can he retreat with the Sunray up on the high ground? It looks like he can, but they just punish this over-aggressive dive from TNC there.
that's the thing as well. Like, honestly, I don't even feel like that was an over-aggressive dive. I just think they weren't all on the same page, because when KP, you know, did that huge run, he blinks in, he stuns, but he doesn't use the corrosive haze onto him, and so when the Spectre fully commits to try and take him out, he ends up getting away on about 200 HP instead. If he has corrosive haze, that is dead, the fight is in your favor, or at the very worst, you force an additional buyback to come through from T1. So just little mistakes like that can snowball into something Aegis and 2-core.
An opportunity for the Terrorblade to be able to accumulate more farm. He's top of the net worth. He's working on the BKB, and he's pretty much got it completed now. So Dire are going to have a pretty big timing here where, I mean, Lesh is unfortunately a little bit behind his BKB, so they're not going to have this double duo timing with their cores, but you know, we'll see again, you know, they got the meta on cooldown, but they, after that fight, it gives them some opportunities to be able to shove out the lanes, and now they can definitely make plays after that.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking, like, with T1, it was a bit of a... It was an interesting decision in my mind for Carl to TP up to that top tier 2 tower. Like, it ended up working out for them in the end because of, you know, like we were saying, the overextension, but I was kind of thinking that they were going to go quad. They found out Zephyr. And that was a buyback as well, so 70 seconds, guaranteed he's not going to be...
They find Jackie here. And they also going to see Whitemon up on the high ground eventually as well.
No, Carl, not again.
Top. Oh no, Leshrac. Yule sets up. Tim's got the arrow on point here, and that's just another pickoff. We've seen kind of a couple games today, and even yesterday, just some really important cores getting picked off in the lanes.
0, 6, and 2 on the Leshrac. You hate to see it.
Yeah, it's a rough one.
Meanwhile, Mel, he's loving life. 7-1 and 9. You know, this is the ideal game for him. He's like, man, it's hitting me. Love this.
Here we get an arcane rune as well, just even better.
He can continue going into this glass cannon build as well. You can see he's got the Octarine core queued up because there's no threat towards him. He's just able to sit back and damage. His team's doing the soaking, doing the sustain.
And you just see, I mean, Cuckoo's going for a blink as the next item. They got the Park blink as well, so at least it's going to give them a little bit better of an opportunity to be able to find this Zeus on top of the backline. But as soon as you do that, you're just going to see the Phoenix dropping Supernova, and Dire don't have the greatest way to be able to deal with that egg ulti at the moment. Phoenix just hitting the level 12, which is incredibly important with the extra hits to destroy. So, I mean, it's pretty much just mainly on the Terrorblade really to do so. Back, actually, they're going to be able to find KP. Just the ward being able to jump forward and find the Puck who's trying to shove out that lane. But man, KP with this blink has got so much done this game.
And that's the strength of the global strat as well, that when KP makes these aggressive rotations, you can just join in with a simple Nimbus Thunder Gods. He popped the Arcane Rune beforehand as well, so at the very least they're going to have the Nimbus up when T1 are trying to take the next encounter.
Looks like they're even thinking about potentially getting set up to try and defend bot as well. I'm sure the Lions seeing if they want to try and contest this, but Tim's already TPing down. And you see how enabled they are as well to be able to make these plays with that Moonlight Shadow. Just a big factor for the Mirana, increasing this kind of, you know, wrap potential and just the constant, you know, gank train that they can have coming through. And you know, it's really helped out with being able to find multiple pickoffs so far.
Out of my way!
I'm liking, well, I think it's kind of, again, a case of necessity coming through from Cuckoo. He's blinked up the Blink Dagger. Oh, they've actually found a DD rune as well for the bottom side. Up grabbing it instead of the TB, but that's fine. Going into the Blink Dagger, it's clear. The mission is kill this Zeus. That is priority number 1 for T1, but if you blink into the wrong position, you're just dead meat. They've got so much damage that they're able to output onto you, and percentage based as well with the static field, with the Sunray. It's looking pretty rough for T1. Like there is very low likelihood in my eyes of them coming back into this one.
Yeah, even though they're only down 4,000 gold, it's just Zephyr. Where's KP? Yeah, even though they're down, just it's a short amount of gold, but it just feels like it's a lot larger than what it's really showing in the graphs at the moment. You're not going to see Radiant smoke up Who can they catch out? Dive got some nice vision around Bop, and now with the blink forward, phase shift. Actually, Zephyr, never mind, he jaunts away, perfect timing. They still have the vision to be able to follow up. They drop the Nimbus, so gets the orb away. KP is going to pop the BKB, really wants this kill. That's his 10-second duration there, and I mean, Puck is going to just be able to dip out of here. They still got the vision, thanks to the minus armor coming through from KP. They're diving very deep, KP. Got to be careful with the rotations, but he doesn't care right now. There's just, I mean, no other heroes were coming. The Lesh didn't have the BKB just yet. You know, Chaos Knight farming up the jungle as well. It looks like T1 really want to try and get the BKB on the Lesh and then think about fighting.
Can you blame him for diving that deep when that sort of stuff happens? You've got a level 20 as well, by the way, on the Zeus, so he's got the mini stun, 5 gold away from the Octarine core, so that's going to be out onto him as well. So I would think maybe they'll wait for the Thunder God's Wrath to be up again, maybe finishing up the neutral item drops for themselves. What's Zeus carrying at the moment? Okay, well, the Nether Shawl's pretty damn good. I was thinking maybe he's going to go the Quickening Charm. I think he is actually. Maybe give the Nether Shawl over to the Phoenix.
Yeah, the Quickening's coming over. And I mean, with the Octarine now, whew, it's going to be a lot of cooldown reduction. And I mean, Roche going to be up in a minute here. And this is just another item for the Spectre with this Guardian now complete. I mean, Terrorblade is doing very well in the farm. You know, this is a hero that's able to kind of shove out the lanes with ease thanks to illusions, being able to farm multiple waves and camps at once. And you see that Dire trying to get set up on the high ground, where they have their only ward at the moment. They need to try and control the triangle. And we might see them move eventually to try and get on the other side near Roshan, because this is going to be this next objective that's coming up pretty shortly here.
Not too often you see a Zeus queue up a BKB either, but at this stage of the game, he's got all the damage that they need. Like 29 minutes, 18 kill involvements out of 20. He's got his Octarine and his Ag Scepter. He just needs to live.
Thinking about running up the high ground. Smoke's going to end up popping there. See, it looks like they're going to be able to control up the enemy's triangle camp at the moment. Roshan's going to be up in 10 seconds. Who gets the vision? They're going to blink forward. They found Carl, who's got the BKB, but it's not even going to come through in the meantime. In our TNC, they want to hunt for more with the Horn. It's going to provide the vision. Whitemon's stuck out on the river, but looks like off to the western side. Spectre, he wants the Terrorblade hunting through the tree line. Jackie, he doesn't have a TP for another 10 seconds here. So Qian, can he find the vision? Even KP wrapping over as well. They find the stun, but where's the rest of the team? You've got to keep in mind, this Terrorblade, he's got this BKB, Metamorphosis, and the Sunder, but it looks like it's just going to be too difficult with the arrow finds the connection thanks to the bash. And Dire, they lose 3 and they don't find anything.
I'd be pretty damn close to calling it if I was on T1's side right now. Like, it just seems like there's so few opportunities for them to come back into this game. Even before all of that, I think they had a 12% win probability, and when it updates, it's going to swing into the single digits. And now Spectre's most likely going to have this Aegis coming through for him. So 2 lives for him, he can play even more ballsy than before.
Aegis, oh my god, he got the cheese. It was so close. I'm like, you're going to pick it up? But he was just baiting. He was just baiting. Wanted an extra kill, knew he was going to have the quicker fingers once the puck blinked forward. And this is, I mean, now this is the second Aegis, so Qian's going to pick that one up. You got the cheese to give over to the Zeus. And this is a game that's looking like it's in full control for TNC as they're going to try and even up the best of 2 here. I mean, they have such a gigantic experience lead, and I mean, the probability as well is looking very far in their favor at the moment. It's going to be difficult for the Dire side to come back. We haven't really seen them fight with their BKBs. They're still on 10 seconds for both the Terrorblade and the Leshrac, so they might try and hold a high ground here where they have a ward advantage and maybe look to kind of blow them out of the water, but they're actually going to smoke up.
I think Armel, they need to go for Armel. He should be the main target. There we go. The pings come out immediately as soon as he's revealed, and for once he's going to be out of position. Oh no, he gets away just in time. The benefit of that blink dagger that he
and now in the river. Well, they find the puck, and now with the Thunder Gods they get extra vision as well. Whitemon revealed up. Jackie's in the area. Puck can buy back, but they don't have the outpost control. Qian on the high gun's going to try and deal with the tombstone. So Rick will delay it. And then with Phantasm coming out as well, you got to be careful because Spectre's stuck up here at the moment. They're going to try and get the Haunted drawn down. Ultimate going to cast out here from the Supernova, but can they actually deal with the Car's going to move forward with the BKB, but the damage, where's it coming through at the moment? Supernova's going to end up popping. Spectre is trying to go to work on top of the back here, but KP's falling incredibly low. Pops a cheese, meanwhile Qian as well. Tombstone's still going to work here. They haven't dealt with it so far, but it's not going to matter. It's T1. They lose 3. Finally, the BKB is going to get popped. Jackie's going to try and turn. He's got the Sunder to be able to utilize. He gets it off, but it looks like Qian doesn't matter. He's still got this extra life, and Jackie, the last survivor. The damage, unfortunately, just not there as TNC. They don't lose anyone. They don't even lose the Ages as well.
It was a full duration tombstone, by the way. It just expired. No one killed it. But, you know, even with that, it's an undying pos 5 tombstone, right? You need your Leshrac to live for a lot longer. Cuckoo, it just doesn't feel like the Chaos Knight has had the impact that they quite need. And like we were saying during the draft, it felt like they were baiting out this Zeus pick by being like, hey, illusions, good things to deal with magic damage if you could just, you know, sit back and cast, but they never were able to get it onto the backlines, and Armel, he's had a fantastic game, punishing them every step of the way.
Yeah, and this is the big thing that we were questioning is if they're going to be able to find the Zeus. I mean, you've got the blink on the Chaos Knight, the blink on the Puck, but, you know, Puck hasn't really been able to find the coil with, like, the follow-up damage from the Terrorblade, and Cuckoo blinks forward with counter from KP. He's going to be able to find the Chaos Knight. Just the damage on top of the back. Armel's even got an Arcane Rune as well, so just too much for T1 to be able to deal with. They don't have buybacks at the moment. And Qian still with that extra life. I mean, there's some towers down bot, so they won't be able to get at least that Rax. And you see at the moment with, yeah, they push okay. It's not the fastest pushing lineup, but at least with multiple heroes down from Dire, it's going to make it a lot easier as they get a full set of Rax mid. They're going to try and claim some more objectives at the top side of the map.
Yeah, they'll be fine. Oh, they've even caught out Zephyr again.
Oh, no.
Nimbus too.
Just the arrows from Tim's, another blink forward straight on top of the Undying. I mean, Jackie doesn't have the meta, and it looks like just the heroes getting picked off before the Terrorblade feels comfortable with maybe even fighting. And, you know, I think they probably just, well, they're going to have to give this up. Maybe they probably play a little bit more passive and wait till that Metamorphosis is back up. But just the punishment that TNC have right now with their jump. You drop the Nimbus, you know, KP hunting, Tim's has been setting up, he's got a blink yours, so just easy to get the arrow. And TNC, they're looking really good right now.
31 out of 33 kills Zeus has been a part of. And of course, as a Zeus, it's like, okay, sure, it's but still very impressive the fact that he's been able to do that as well as dodge out all of this aggression that's been coming through. Even at that one point where it felt like maybe they're going to be able to catch him out, get this big kill streak in onto one of their cores, he blinks away, TP's just in time to be able to avoid that sort of fate.
Invisibility.
Radiant, they still got the Aegis for another 18 seconds here, but looks like Dire trying to play towards the top side instead. And bot, I mean, Cuckoo did get a very good job of shoving out this lane. So, I mean, they can still take the tier 1 tower. Looks like Radiant just wanting to try and posture with the bounty objectives.
Yeah, they could just backdoor it. We've got an Ags coming out to the Slider. We've got an Ags coming out to the Varana. They're having a great time. And you can take the player out of the pub, but you can't take the pub out of the player. Screw the BKB, I've gone a refresher orb, says the Zeus.
Oh, Cuckoo. They do get the vision though. Qian, he's going to be able to have a cancel with the Abyssal Blade. He doesn't even need a pop, but he just gets a nice little bash there. And they even see where the rest of T1 are playing at the moment, so it looks like Tim's going to try and come forward. They've even got KP in the mid lane as well. If Tim's, I mean, there's no detection at the moment with the sentry job, so they're just running into Carl for the heals, but now sets up for the rotations. Nice timing with the arrow. Carl just pays the price. We haven't felt the impact with the Lesh so far, and KP even finds another. Whitemon's going to get caught out. I mean, this has just been a game where it's just, you know, they're continuing to stay in it, even though it's 25,000 net worth lead, but it's just getting even more difficult for them to really feel like there's a comeback potential here.
I would disagree with that. I think that they were out of it about 10 minutes ago. But even if it was that case, it is now I would have said before it was like a 99% win probability. Just from my perspective, it's now 100%. KP's got his Ag Scepter, he's got that extra 12 armor, he's got the status resistance, so he can actually stand in on the front lines against this TB man fight. He could probably honestly solo kill him.
Oh, Armel, can he get ready for the ball? This is effort. My guy literally just trying to split push out the map. They're just hoping whatever they can do. Unfortunately, they got the vision on the puck, so okay, they're gonna get rid of it thanks to the help of the Chaos Knight. But it looks like still, I mean, he's in absolute no man's land. Let's just see how much space he can kind of make. Well, that Bash is going to be his demise. And meanwhile, mid lane, Tim's point blank arrow is going to find Cuckoo, who doesn't have any help as well. And this Chaos Knight's just going to get chased down. They got the dagger for the slow, and Armel with the follow-up. I mean, the Zeus Spree, he's just had such an incredible game where Dire haven't been able to get on top of him. And now even the Terrorblade as well could be their next target here.
Find him. They're just hanging around. They see Febby clipping him with the edge of that observer ward, and you can see they just bail straight away. It puts so much pressure on Zephyr to make all of this work happen. Like if you double click on his portrait, he is dead in front of the Radiant Fountain right now. Like that is how much space he was trying to create, because Undying can't do it at all. And we've seen with Cuckoo, you're just a single, like you're a right clicker. You don't have any serious lane pushing potential. Whenever Carl's tried to do it, he just dies.
Yeah, I mean, 10 deaths is 0, 10, and 2. This has been quite the rough game, and
he's probably about to.
He's just gonna die again. You can't show like that. Yeah, I mean, it has to be someone like the Puck or the Chaos Knight trying to deal with it with the illusions. And now Chion's also going to be able to find the Terrorblade.
They're hunting.
Now, but the Abyssal Blade is going to try and drop the BKB in turn with the Thunder, but KP on top of the back. They got the Bash and Die. They're not in range to really protect the Terrorblade at the moment. Still BKB lasting a little bit longer just with the duration, but they're going to be able to chase him down now inside the base. Tim's goes forward. They don't have buybacks on the two cores. So there's no opportunity for T1 to be able to turn it on the high ground. And finally, they're going to call it quits, as we'll have a tied series here between TNC and T1 for our first series of the day.
Dominant. As dominant as T1 were in that first game. You know, it just felt like with the Arc Warden in game one, they were able to execute exactly the strategy that they wanted. This time around, it felt really like we were saying before.
5 seconds remain. Radiant's turn to battle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got our second series of the night. Fnatic up against MG.Trust and Denog, man. The storylines that are already coming out for Motivate here.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. It is Dire's ban. It is Radiant's ban.
Yeah, definitely looking to try and open up throughout the BTS Pro Series group stage, and it's going to be a pretty important one. They had to go up against TNC yesterday, which was a pretty tough matchup, and Motivate as well is going to be pretty difficult for them too here. So we see Fnatic with this new position 3, just still trying to get the cohesion down and how they're able to fare versus the first the Dire boys, but. Intrigued to see on how they want to open up with their draft. Fnatic yesterday went for the Ogre and the Mirana in both their openers versus TNC. Hmm.
Seconds. 5 seconds. Dire must choose.
Well, they pick up Phoenix here in their first pick, so I guess it gives them a little bit of a hero that's can have this high impact with the Supernova throughout some of the team fights, and also gives them the flexibility if they want to give it in a 4 role as well.
Picked it into. Is the one drafting for him. Oh, sorry, Jabs is drafting, but DJ's like, nah, it's fine.
It's interesting how teams prioritize the Phoenix and the Snapfire together, because Snapfire is very, very strong at being able to deal with the Supernova. You've got that little strata, but the issue is Snapfire really likes to play in team fights around your ulti. Want to sit on the back line, be so far away that you can really utilize the Mortimer Kisses without worrying about it getting sunned up. The issue is that when you go against a Phoenix, and if you're the only hero that deals with the Supernova, it really transitions you into having to play to deal with the Supernova or to play with your ultimate. And now with the Mars getting picked up, this can at least enable the Snapfire to play and utilize the Mortimer Kiss as more of like kind of a pick-off orientated ability instead of really having to worry about getting a big one in the team fight. But I mean, you see Motivate going for the Mars, a perfect combo with the Snapfire, potentially taking away the Phoenix Mars combo as well, and Fnatic, they go with this 8th pick Spectre.
That was the big thing for me as well, the deny pick coming through. Phoenix Mars, fantastic combination, has fallen a little bit off, but these are 2 really strong openings from both teams. We just saw how effective the Phoenix Spectre can be, just enabling Spectre to continue to fight over and over and over again. And Mars, once you get off your combination, I guess at least until you've got your Ags, assuming you've got items before then, you're not going to be able to take these continued fights. Essentially once that arena is done, not all too much that you can do to contend against a Spectre. Snapfire, getting the gobble up in for the Mars is going to be nice. Maybe that's what they're going to prioritize. Maybe it's going to be a 4 Snapfire. It's some really good kill potential for the offlane if that's the case. Going to be targeting this Phoenix.
And it's a nice thing about having the flexibility with being able to put the Snapfire as a position 2 as well. You take a look, both teams go for a lot of team fight early. You got the Supernova, you got the Horn, Motivate, they've got this Mortimer Kisses in the arena. So, you know, at the moment, a lot of kind of cooldown reliancy coming through from both teams. Let's see if this is going to continue with their picks coming up, or if they're going to try and, you know, fill in some of the blanks that they have at the moment.
10 seconds remain.
I mean, there's a potential, of course, for the global strat as well. IO taken out of the equation. You don't want to be able to effectively respond to something like a Spectre gank, so I think that was something Fnatic were always considering at the very beginning of this draft. Zeus still in the pool. It's pretty good, to be honest. Like, you don't care all that much about the Mars throwing up his big shield to block out a lot of the damage, and guess you're only concerned once the Snapfire has the Ags to be able to toss someone in onto the backlines and deal with Zeus in that factor, but I don't think it's something that you want to open with and allow them to react to. It needs to come like TNC had in the previous draft at the very end, so that they can round out their draft with it.
This was a hero that I saw picked up very frequently to deal with the Mars through the China region, was Mars was getting first pick constantly, and then the enemy team would just instantly answer with the Undying. I mean, you already got 2 strength heroes, so if then the lane together, that decay is going to have a little bit more of a factor. They do have at least the Snapfire to deal with the Tombstone, but now you've got to choose if you want to deal with the Tombstone or the Supernova. So this is going to really hinder the Mars's laning stage, and now you pair it up with the Spectre, who's a relatively decent laner, and it's just going to be able to continue and give him this at least hero that can really tank up a lot of the damage and just allow him to find free farm.
The other thing as well is a pairing of Phoenix Undying. They are going all in onto this Spectre. You know, just wanting to make sure that that is completely what this draft is being based around. They're like, Raven, you got to take this game and run with it. But it puts a lot of pressure on the next 2 picks for Fnatic to come through. You know, Bassaros, he's a new member of the team, and they're giving him the responsibility of getting Spectre to the late game so that this Phoenix and Undying are actually doing anything. Because, you know, sure, you've got a good laning stage, but in these first couple of fights, they don't do all that much, and you're not rotating either. So there's not going to be a lot of pressure on these other 2 lanes. So I think that's what Motivate need to put all of their eggs into those baskets. You know, they might lose this top lane, but these other 2, you're going to have a pretty good time. And I think that's probably what this Magnus is opening the possibility to doing. We saw it played mid yesterday. It could very much be the case this time around, or it could still be a 5. You've got some of that flexibility to come through here.
10 seconds remain.
And another hero with the big ulti and the Undying as well, kind of the Tombstone, a big cooldown. So take a look. I have a team just going kind of all out for the kind of the cooldown at the moment. I do want to bring out real quick, Motivate. They've got 3 Timbers Bandit. Okay, never mind. Yeah. I was gonna cancel that one.
Well, you know what I want to see?
Heroes.
I want to see Undying. Like, it feels like such a DJ thing to do. Just go the Ags, you know? You get that. It's 30 strength if you're just hitting onto these 3, you know? And suddenly you're enormous. You pop the Flesh Golem, and you're probably taking up more than half the screen.
Just not much they're going to be able to do there, but with the Mag getting picked up, you know, there's only the Terrorblade and the Void banned out, but the Phantom Assassin is still a pity here for them. And Fnatic, they go for the Death Prophet. Okay, so it gives them a way to be able to, you know, there's a lot of kind of sustain. The Undying, Phoenix, Spectre's hard to kill. Death Prophet's going to be pretty hard to kill unless you can burst her down too.
Behind the Jug. Something that is, again, able to deal with the Phoenix Supernova, just spin and hit it during the duration. I think what the game plan for Fnatic is going to be is just use your Exorcism, get a pick off, and then Spectre's going to haunt in as they're starting to take the objective. Either you force out a buyback, or you take some towers, you get a bit more map control themselves. But again, I think just leaning into the fact that Masaruk is the new member of the team, and they're just saying, look, we're going to try and make it as easy as possible for you. Part of our team now. Let's try and get you an easy lane to start with. And they're going to have the last pick overall. Unless he's going to do something crazy like play the DP off lane. It's possible.
How would that fare in the matchup versus the Juggernaut in the lane?
Not that well.
Yeah. So I guess no. We're going to do that one.
10
I mean, you take a look, Motivate, they've got flexibility themselves as well. Like, Snap can be played 4, 2, even kind of 5 if they want. Your Mag can be played as a 5 or a 2. So they've got some opportunities with being able to kind of switch it up and see where they want to play it. At the moment, though, can they protect their towers? And it also looks like Fnatic for them, the hero that I'm kind of seeing, at least in particular for MG.Trust, they need some way to initiate. That's kind of the big issue.
Well, I think with this draft, like, normally I completely agree with you, but I'm not sure they do. Like, if you pop the Exorcism, they are forced to run at you, otherwise you just straight up lose an objective. And you've got to line up with a Phoenix who's happy to stand well back on the back lines, casting his Sunray until it's time for the Supernova to be popped. You can put the Tombstone behind, like we've seen so many teams do, and force teams to rotate into you. Yes, it puts you in a kind of vulnerable position that if you can get a blink forward into a Skewer or a Spear, you can be really out of position. But I think they might just be trying to double down on just supporting that kind of push, allowing the DP to be the frontliner. I suppose the one downside to that is when you don't have Exorcism, and like, what do you do if Motivate tries to run into you? So I think that's going to be more what they're trying to deal with here, and that's where Motivate are banning out these last 2 heroes in the LC and the Sand King. I mean, they would know better than anyone else what Masaros's comfortable hero pool would be, and I mean, look at the last 5 hero bans. It's all Masaros.
Yeah, a lot of emphasis on getting him out of his comfort hero at the moment. I mean, see what he's going to be able to pick up here. I mean, an Axe honestly looks pretty decent. It just gives him at least a way, you know, some BKB piercing to jump the jug. And we're going to see a Lion. So a couple times we see it in China. It's a hero that's really not favored much at the moment, though.
I guess they want the burst? Like, you know, just popping it really quickly onto a DP. You've got 2 ways to stun. You've got a good way to deal with the Haunt. You know, the Spectre getting onto you on the back lines. 2 ways, actually, but you probably don't want to use the Hex. And then the Finger of Death combined together with an Omni Slash, the Scatter Blast, God's Rebuke. It's a good amount of burst, and you could just take out anyone. It's a Beastmaster, so yeah, again, it just feels like that supporting cast for this push that's going to be centered around Moon.
Yeah, it gives them a lot of objective taking potential now, and they've got someone who isn't as reliant on, you know, the Exorcism is really going to enable them to take objectives, but now you've even got a Beastmaster to be able to join that, and they have now a way to also deal with the Juggernaut through the BKB Pierce. It makes it a lot easier to enable the Phoenix Supernova to get off, because Savage is going to try and hunt the Phoenix. Now you've got the Roar to protect it. You know, yes, there's still a Snap Fire, which is going to be pretty difficult to be able to deal with there. So
not even just the stun, but the push away as well that comes from the Primal Roar can do a lot of work to allow the Phoenix Egg to go off, kind of in a similar way to like Queen of Pain's Sonic Wave, that is really underrated to be able to protect these high impact abilities that are coming through Phoenix, as well as the Undying with the Tombstone.
So they actually put the Snap, they're going to put Snapfire mid, Mag's playing a 5 and Lion on the 4. So not going to have that Mag position too.
I think that's fine. You know, against the DP, you're a strength hero, so you've got a lot of HP. Spirit Siphon's going to be really effective. You know, ranged v melee. So I think Snapfire mid is fine in this scenario.
I guess it's nice as well because, I mean, either hero, you're going to be able to at least snap early. Is going to have a lot more opportunity to help burst down the Death Prophet. And, you know, with kind of the Lion having a stun, you know, the Mars as well, so having high levels in the Snap 5 for that early kind of game when we see the DP really utilizing the Exorcism. But it's going to be important here with the Death Prophet Ultimate, if they're able to take these objectives early, kind of find the map control and really limit the farm. Because Motivate, it's going to be, I mean, yes, you've got the Mars and the Snapfire and the Lion that can do stuff, but any kind of Mag lineup is always just going to be a little bit slower.
Yeah.
Oh, hell.
And it's a big if as well, you know, if they're able to do this, if they're able to do that. Well, if a single push doesn't work, they're set back a fair amount with their timings. You know, they're going to be banking around these Exorcisms paying off, getting Spectre a quarter of the way to her next item. It is still very much just completely based around this Spectre, even with the Inner Beast aura, right? It's just another aura to be able to buff him up. Gotta
love the good old friendly tips just to start the game. The again, got to keep in mind the Masteros, his old team, are motivated the moment you see Boom Bell. Your Fnatic Masteros. Looks like still the respect coming out, and I mean, you brought up as well that I mean, you were able to speak with Fearless, and that this was a team that had been around together for quite a while.
Yeah, I mean, for a solid 3 years, this roster, or at least the majority of it, has been together through various teams: Alpha Red, Alpha Question Mark, Be Continued, RR, I think, as well. So there've been a few iterations of it. It's just that Motivate was the one that they really started to get a lot of success through.
And now,
Here we go. I think this time around with the boar, it's going to have a much better time, right? Because you don't want to be popping that that Blade Fury super early on, just to be able to avoid some of the slows that are going to be coming out and the harass that's going to be pumped into you. Lots of damage over time. Has he gone any... No Ring of Regen or anything like that, just the one set of tangos. So Savage putting a lot of merit in his own ability, dodge out a lot of this damage that might be coming through.
They don't... This is a thing, though, that when we saw the Beastmaster yesterday, we were highlighting a lot the importance of being able to kill off the boars because of the experience and just what the boars are able to provide the Beastmaster in the lane. And I mean, they've got a Mag 5 and a Jug who's, not one of the greatest carries to be able to kill off that boar. So it could really make it difficult for him throughout this lane. Yeah,
especially as it starts to level up. And in these timings, you can see he's using the spin here. Fantastic that he was able to actually deal with both of them.
Perfect that they just both grouped up, honestly. You can ask for better than that. So you see the
immediate punishment, and you can see what it means. Like, have a look at Savage, nearly level 2, Masteros not even halfway towards it, so that's going to result in a power spike when they hit onto their level 3 at a sooner point than Fnatic does.
Jabs, can he deny this pull or not? Looks like Boombell doing a very good job.
It doesn't really matter, though. It's the worst small camp. Like, the entire camp can barely kill a range creep. That's how pathetic it is.
Yeah, just the it's a lot more difficult now to kind of find the stack with how constant the supports are always playing away from the lane. We see just giving over that solo experience a lot of time to the position 3, and just that 4 is doing as best as you can to really hinder the pulls and kind of stop the stacking as well. But they're gonna have this double stun setup. I mean, going against the Undying, the Spectre, both heroes. I mean, DJ so hard to kill, as we see that Soul Rip almost bringing down the Mars. It's a lot of damage coming through for them. Q even gets a deny on the range creep. But they blocked out the small camp, and you even see what Q's doing. He's running over to try and body block this, just to try and make sure they don't reveal that there's actually a ward there. So just continuing to keep that anonymous.
The next level play.
Couldn't have said it better.
The next label play.
Dealt with again. Oh, wait. I'm psychic.
Just reading your mind. Look at this man going. How's the mid lane matchup looking at the moment? 11-4 compared to the 9-3. So, I mean, both these heroes have a relatively decent way to be able to secure CS with that Crypt Swarm and with the Scatter Blast. You see how aggressive Fearless is currently playing though against Moon.
I mean, Masteros is going to be able to take this experience coming from the neutral camp, so getting much closer to his own level 3. I think, like you were saying before, in the first series of the day, it does provide a little bit of a power spike when Phoenix is able to hit up onto that level 3 as well. So he didn't, stick nearby, make sure he reached up to that level at the same sort of time. But Masteros, very important as well, having all the wild boar.
Mid lane, actually, Moon.
Oh, this is a deep dive.
Yeah, my dude is just pushing back Fearless. It's going to force out a rotation from Q.
Leon.
Let's see what they're able to do. And it's 2 points in Siphon. He's going to have another one available as well in case they really get aggressive around the river. So now it leaves Nevermind solo at the moment, who honestly is doing relatively well even against the Undying in the lane, which has usually been a great way to be able to deal with the Mars. You see Nevermind has currently got 18 last hits, and he's actually going to be building to the Soul Ring. So this is something that we have not been seeing too much in the Mars lately. It's you know, kind of the wand, a lot more emphasis even on the bottle as the off lane.
Yeah, and I don't mind it all that much in this game in particular, just because you just want to be as beefy as possible to be able to take these team fights, to be able to go in and make a lot of action happen when these cooldowns are not available for Fnatic. So anything that just gives you the opportunity to take fight after fight, you got to take it.
Savage might be in trouble actually. Didn't get the ball. We're gonna see Q actually end up fighting first blood. We'll continue. Oh, never mind. Well, they don't put pressure on top. So nicely done. I mean, Undying's just gonna end up falling. Q is continuously chasing down DJ. Looked like didn't even need the help from Fearless there. So that's some solo experience for the Lion.
Nicely done. Just chased him down using those speed. Much that an Undying can do, even though he is slightly faster. Hex and Earthspike is going to be enough to do him in.
Boombell just killing off jabs. Alright, nicely done. He's right by the bounties as well, so looks like it's going to be 3 at the moment for Dire. Fearless is going to be able to get a refill in the bottle, but he's a little bit behind right now in the experience. You see Fearless, you know, was having a good start, but now the Death Prophet, you know, really started to take over.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about one of the bad reasons for having a Magnus into it was the strength of that Spirit Siphon.
DJ trying to chase down Nevermind. We got the rotation coming through from the Phoenix. Mars falling incredibly low here. Decay's going to be up in a couple seconds. Looks like Jab flying through as well with the 2 points in the Fire Spirit. And the Mars will end up falling there. Nicely done. It does put Jabs down, but he's going to have the Beastmaster solo. But you see just, you know, at least being able to find the first kill here for Fnatic.
Oh, he's kind of caught in the middle here, Savage. Has to be a little bit careful.
Bringing up a lot of damage there. You see, very close to the level 6. He's not going to have the mana though to pop it instantly, and I guess MG.Trust with the boar as well can kind of tank it up a little bit. So you see with how well they're able to play. Boombell, he goes for a 2-0-1 build at the moment, and he actually is just going to get chased down. I mean, he's got the skewer, actually going to drag back to Savage now with the Blade Fury, and with the slows, just going to be able to find the kill on top of the Beastmaster. They might at least be able to get a return thanks to the boars. You see the damage that they're able to output, but it is enabling Savage, and even meanwhile down bot, Moon commits the Exorcism. They do have their Catapult actually still alive, but Dire have done a relatively good job at trying to deal with the creeps, but they want to dive under the tower. Q's in trouble here, just eating up all the spirits at the moment. Nevermind's going to try and push it back with the last right click. It's not enough. So Lion's going to keep his life here. They still got the Exorcism for about a quarter duration left. So let's see how much damage they're able to put out on top of the bottom T1 tower at the moment.
This is it though. This is what they're playing around. The first use of the Exorcism, coming around trying to take the tower, doesn't completely finish the job, but it means that any sort of pick off now enables Raven to be able to deal with it on his own.
Dire should look to their bottom tower.
And
Still having the Omni Slash on the top, doesn't have the mana for it though.
See, I mean, MG.Trust is about to have the Roar with the Necro Books as well, so they want to instantly get aggressive on Savage here, who, with the Blade Fury, is going to just scurry himself away. He's actually going to go all the way back to base. So now this should be able to give Radiant an opportunity to try and shove in that top side, because I mean, they don't really have the greatest hero to kind of play the dead lane at the moment. I guess the Lion, I mean, Lion can't really, you know, Mag might be able to get some experience so he can soak up to higher points in the Empower, but you know, against the Beastmaster it's so much more difficult just with the Hawk Vision.
Yeah. He's got the Hawk Vision, he's got his Necro Books, he has the Double Boar and the Inner Beast Aura. So damage coming through here, and this is just with one hero effectively, whereas you need to pop a full ultimate to get the same sort of benefit the draft that Fnatic have gone with.
See, Raven, he's also got the Blade Mail picked up now as well. A deep lane ward, seeing the rotation coming through from Savage, is just dodging the top. He TP'd back to base though, so kind of, you know, maybe hoping for a Haunt to rejoin. You know, he's always got this potential, but you know, with the Blade Mail, it's now really going to enable him to just kind of keep up, and he had a pretty good lane, honestly.
Good lane. They're trying to make the push happen onto the bottom side. I like the fact that the Phoenix and the Undyings moved towards the top to join Masteros just in case the defense came. Like you said, that was a prime opportunity for them to potentially use the Haunt to... But just keeping this mid lane equilibrium in his favor.
On the hunt for radiant
Just while we have a bit of a quiet point in the game, I do want to give a shout out. I don't think you can see it on the stream because of the overlay, but were you playing Dota when pennants were a thing, where you could like get a little badge for one of your teams? And it,
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, well, at the moment there is one person with the Fnatic badge watching this game in game, so shout out to them because they've been a Fnatic OG for quite a while. Well, they were even Southeast Asian, I think.
Man, when was that? I don't remember that being a thing at all.
That was like 2013.
Oof, yeah, I think that's just when I started watching then. I think 2013 I started playing.
They should bring it back. You know, it's nice to have a little bit of that fan interaction there, knowing that you've got a lot of people also cheering on a team.
Yeah, it's always nice to be able to support the fans here. So take a look though. Radiant, they are thinking about coming over. I mean, they got the Exorcism award on the higher ground and they really want to try and continue taking the objectives with the Beastmaster and the Death Prophet. And keeping in mind as well, I mean, we got the tome coming up pretty shortly, so the level 6s. See what they're able to do though. Actually, did Nevermind cut the wave? No, he didn't. Looks like he just got the color instead. There we go.
I think, yeah, this is exactly what Moon needs to do. I'm not sure if you caught it, but the Arena of Blood was used in an attempt to kill Jabs on the bottom side, but missed completely. So they know that they don't have that ultimate to play with. So prime time to be using this Exorcism. As well, you've got the Inner Beast level 3, so an extra 30 bonus attack speed coming to this tower. And here comes the Siege Creep as well. So this should be going down without any contest.
Dire looks like they're thinking about punishing. Nevermind in the backline. Fearless got a haste as well. Although Moon's about to get the health back thanks to the Exo, so again, like you said, with the Arena on cooldown, it's going to make it a little bit difficult for them to do so. One thing I want to bring up, are you worried a little bit just of how the experience required for the Lion and the Mag? I mean, Mag, once it's more important for you to have that max out in power, then it's kind of okay, but the Lion in particular, this is a hero who, I mean, the ultimate has got such a long cooldown, you really want to get those abilities maxed out.
Yeah, I guess it's not a insane concern just because of how strong it is at the level 1 mark, where despite the fact that it's got a 160-second cooldown, Exorcism has 145 seconds. So if you've got the Lion and you're able to kill the DP and halt the push entirely, you're not really caring all that much.
Let's see, Q's going to try and attempt here, but Jabs going to try and get to the tree line and dive away. Stun. Not going to connect Jabs with that Sunray TP. Let's see if they can get the cookie. No, wrong way facing, unfortunately. So it's going to be able to dodge the movement down from Motivate, really trying to attempt to get a cute little pick off. But got to keep in mind, I mean, Savage is getting incredibly farmed. Top of the net worth. He's got 1 kill, 110 last hits, really utilizing this mag and power, which is now maxed out. So, I mean, Savage already with the Mask of Madness and the Yasha, he's been having a very good game so far.
Nearly 2 full levels ahead of the Spectre as well, so taking that experienced lead that he was able to generate as a result of the kills onto the boars in lane and running with it. Level 11 now. Getting closer to that Manta style. Pretty effective to be able to dodge out a lot of this attack speed slow that might be getting in onto him on the silence from the DP as well.
They do have Arcane Rune and Exorcism now back up. Moon's close to the Your Scepter with Dragging the Creeps. It looks like this should be enough for him to be able to claim that. And yeah, they really just want to use the Exorcism whenever it's available. Pops the Arcane, MG.Trust is already up top, and just makes it so difficult for Motivate to really defend this with the advantage that they have in the vision at the moment, thanks to the Beastmaster. So,
well, they've smoked though, but they're probably going to run into this Undying.
Yeah, nice positioning from DJ. They got the blink on Nevermind, so it's going to be able to drive back the Undying. Hasn't got bursted down just yet. Gets the one decay, so rip, but it's not going to be enough considering the rest of Fnatic aren't there to punish those two heroes. Meanwhile, though, Death Prophet. Well, thinking about trying to find Fearless instead with the Horn forward. Raven's able to get the slope. Boone has this Dual Scepter it's a gap close, but it looks like it might be unrequired here. Die, the TPing down. Savage wants to try and help out here. They got a way to cancel the TP, and it looks like Moon popping the X's. I'm going to keep in mind this is with the Arcane as well. Fearless is going to get brought down, although it's a nice arena. The Omnislash getting tanked up with the creeps, however, but it won't matter. As Savage, that level 12, the extra value in it with the duration here, just being able to find the Death Prophet kill, and now Radiant, that Supernova, not really doing a whole lot there. 1-for-1 trade, a lot of ultimates forced out. They're going to try and continue chasing them, but Jabs has got that refresh in the dive. Nevermind's going to be able to blink forward. Those spears available. Unfortunately, the trees are not there. He doesn't have the angle to be able to find the spear connection on the tower, so yeah, a couple of both the position 2s dying there, and we see a lot of ultimates used.
A lot of ultimates used. Could have gone even better for Motivate, but I think Q had just used his TP elsewhere, so he wasn't able to join in onto that. But like we mentioned before, it just feels like Fnatic aren't able to do anything, at least for the next 50 seconds now, with the Exorcism being used. And by that point, you'll have... Arena will be back up, and only 40 seconds until the Juggernaut ulti. A little bit... ironic's the right word to use, but when they were going for that secondary kill onto Jabs there, the reason that they didn't have any trees to spear into is because that was where the failed gank attempt on Jabs was previously that destroyed them all.
Unfortunately, the price of going for that now costs you kind of the kill afterwards, but... And we see at the moment, it's another game where there's not a lot of pressure being put on the map. I mean, 8 kills overall, and this is kind of naturally a good old mag lineup. You're really wanting to utilize that in power and find the farm, but you know, it's a bit of a slow one at the moment. It's a 2,000 net worth lead for Motivate around the 15-minute mark. We do have Exorcism back up though, because they used it with the Arcane, and really wanting to try and get an objective out of it.
Q's going to do his best to try and defend this, but he is just dead.
They're trying to wrap over. They do TP to the tier 3. Q's ultra dead, but let's see if they can punish the dive here. It's going to be pretty difficult with the Exorcism and the Tombstone already committed. Never mind. Blink's also getting cancelled as well thanks to the zombies, and now Moon has always got the haste as well to be able to utilize. Dive forward, jab, Supernova, nice. Still has the availability. Now with the arena, I mean, it's trapping in Moon, but it doesn't matter as they've already lost 2 heroes. They haven't dealt with the Supernova. Stuns up the Juggernaut through the Blade Fury, and he doesn't have the Omnislash as well. Mortimer Kisses coming from the backline, but Savage, he's in trouble. Tries to drop the healing wall, but it's not going to be enough health to give him his life 5. That looks massive on top of the side, however, Nevermind's going to be able to get a little bit of revenge there. So we see it's a 3 for 2 with the buyback on the Lion, but Savage is kind of a little bit too far pushed up forward with that TP.
Uncharacteristic early game mistakes coming through from Motivate as well. You know, they commit quite heavily onto that Tombstone. They didn't actually finish it off, so all the while they were trying to run away, they had a fair few zombies on them, and it was just slowing them down, preventing the escape. Forces Savage to make that deep TP in just to get that final last hit off, but as you mentioned, didn't have the Omnislash up for the next 5 seconds.
Ags, straight shocks in Q. Silence going to prevent the fall. Now the Haunt as well, still available actually. Fnatic, they've already lost 1. Tombstone's in a pretty good spot here. Phil's going to attempt the TP. Meanwhile, Raven just trying to deal with the backline. Nice. Boom Bell, nicely done, but it looks like it's still going to be enough damage here with that dagger. And now Boom Bell, I mean, he tried to protect the Lion. Looks like it might have cost him his life, though. The Moon doesn't have the yours available, so it's going to be a 1-for-1. That is the buyback death timer on the Lion, though.
And with that as well, like Boom Bell, he was in position to get a decent RP off, but was a little bit short on mana as well. That's one of the downsides of playing this position 5 Magnus, is that it takes up basically half your mana pool just to get off a single RP with the items that you're able to get at your disposal.
Never mind. I'm not going to spear Jabs away, so they won't be able to D-ward. They probably have another sentry coming over. But Radiant doing a very good job of trying to protect their vision at the moment. Boom Bell, Skewer finds the RP. Where's the follow-up at the moment? Nice Silence is going to be able to keep Jabs alive. And we see just... It's through these fights, it has been very difficult for them just to run into the Supernova, run into the Exorcism, run into the Tombstone. And now, I mean, Fnatic have a very, very good opportunity to take Roche. Moon's actually going to commit the Exorcism, so not waiting until the Mantis picked up on the Spectre just yet. But, like, how do you walk inside? You've got the Blink on Mars, you can drop the Arena, you've got the Gobble up to go in as well. So let's see if they want to try and contest this.
Kisses too.
But Roche is about to fall, and I mean, they don't have vision, so now Age is getting claimed. Nevermind's going to go with the last second, but a perfect use stops the spear, and over the silence on top of the backline finds 4. Moon gets rid of the kisses. Now, Nevermind will pay the price there, man. Moon's silences have been so goddamn on point this game. It feels like we're just seeing multi-hero silence after multi-hero silence, and it's just making it really awkward for them to follow up.
A lot of indecision there. You could see the Motivate boys were just, stepping back and forth, not knowing exactly, oh, do we commit onto this? Probably because they didn't have the RP. I'm sure that Snapfire spitting the mag in for an RP was the way that they wanted to play that, but just not having that with the failed gank attempt onto the Phoenix meant that too confident about that kind of strategy.
And now it's going to give Radiant a little bit of an advantage here. They got a 2,000 net worth lead, and they're continuing just to increase their potential. Well, actually, Q is going to be able to find the Phoenix. Let's see if Kumbo can get in range to help out.
Oh,
tries.
Nice.
Oh, that cookie. Next level play coming out. Nicely done. I mean, the mid is already getting shoved in though, but you take a look. Meanwhile, Savage, he's also done a very good job to push him bot to link up that kill into an objective. So trading right now against the team that has the H is going to feel pretty nice. I guess Radiant, they don't have Exism. Tombstone is back up. They want to try and contest Savage. Trying to run up the higher ground. Q gives him some space. Savage going to try and turn, getting a couple crits to Hex control as well. He's still got the Omni Slash, and now the Man's to get out of the silence as well. Has the healing ward already dropped. The yours unfortunately on top of the wrong target. Now with the movement speed, look at Savage be able to disengage. Nevermind can follow up as well. If Radiant dive a little bit too far, you got to keep in mind Exorcism still down for another 20 seconds, but they're hunting straight on top of Q. They go. Stun's available. Going to be so difficult to just deal with Raven, considering he's still got this blade mail, so you can't deal with him in the maxed out dispersion. Now underneath the tower, Nevermind. It's nice. Oh, do you look at the combo? The Wombo's there. This Omni Supernova dropped, and now the second life's going to do absolutely nothing. An incredible arena paired up with the Omni and the RP, and now Raven, he's getting chased down. When he's got the horn, it's actually going to go back on Boom Bell, so it gets a nice cheeky kill, and with the bounties up as well, he's just going to snag one of them.
Give him the tip. That's what you need at that point. He gives them waha. I guess that's good enough, but well, that's the sort of team fight that you're expecting from Motivate. Early game, that is their specialty, and a lot of their wins against these more favored teams in the previous tournaments came off of fights just like that. Games were ending in 20-30 minutes just because no one could contest against the cohesion that they had. So it's good to see that they haven't forgotten anything of what's made them where they are today.
I mean, the communication there with continuing to bait that fight back, getting it towards the tier ones where you can have, they had that vision advantage to see the backline with the ward by kind of the river, and just that TP point with the tier one so incredibly important. Just the understanding and the communication that's coming through from Motivate to reset that fight and just recognize that we can turn it if they continue chasing us. And now they kind of, they get rid of this ages advantage from Fnatic, and Savage is still incredibly far on top of the net worth. They're looking to try and put some pressure on top of the tier 1 mid, which is going to really open up the map at the moment. But got to keep in mind they've used a lot of their ultimates here. So let's see how they're still able to play around with this, considering the Exorcism is up for Radiant. Supernova's going to be up in 10 seconds as well, but they'll get the tier 1 and they're going to try and back off to where they've got vision in case Radiant do chase.
No haunt though, which they would be feeling confident about, and not going to be all that long, 20-25 seconds until you've got the full complement of ults ready. And I think the great thing about something like Swift Slash is that it's just going to be multi-purposed for Savage this time around, right? You could use it, of course, to get the single target pickoffs, but I don't think there's going to be many situations where Fnatic are going to be split up. Maybe the Spectre on his own, but that's about it, just because he has the mobility and the freedom to be able to haunt into these team fights. But Swift Slash is just going to be used immediately after a Manta style, just to live for that extra half second, to get the healing ward off, and then hopefully be able to transition that into a longer duration team fight, get these bigger team fight ultimates off for Motivate.
We see they're starting to get a couple of items as well. Blink picked up on the mag, the boots travel on the Snapfire. Just you're going to see a common item after the Aghanims, really enabling him to just be everywhere, shoving out the lanes, joining in fights. And Radiant, they are going to smoke though.
It's into the Blink RP though.
They find Fearless. MG.Trust doesn't actually get the jump on the higher ground. Can Die get in here in time just to help out Fearless, but they're actually going to counter smoke themselves here. They've got very good ward on top of the high ground. Let's see what Boom can do to initiate forward.
Immediately smokes again.
And now Gobble up straight on top of the back. They've found him now, but the RP connects onto two with the Mortimer Kisses fall, but drags him out. Kisses, but then into the two-man stun from the Lion. Another incredible team fight, but you still have to worry about Raven on top of the back. Find Fearless, who's got this Essence Ring to play around with, so it's going to take Raven a little bit longer. And never mind, he's trying to help out with a Tombstone, but it's going to cost him his life here. And now Savage as well. The Blade Fury's on cooldown, but instead, looks like they want Boom Bell. He's got the blink. TP's available. So he should be able to make it out. What started, honestly, relatively decent. They got the Gobble up on the Beastmaster, the two-man RP into that skewer into the Lion stun. But from there, I mean, it took them a while to deal with the Tombstone, and the Spectre just went to work as well with that Haunt.
Yeah, DJ living for so long. This Undying, it just feels like much more of that style of hero as opposed to an Ogre where you can, you know, juke around, play a little bit with HP, get away on that sliver of life, and really effective in just surviving long enough to enable Raven to come in and play the cleanup.
See right now though, I mean, it's such a it was a slow start to the game, but now we're really seeing kind of the team fights really pick up with the honestly, both teams have a very, you know, reliant lineup in the cooldown, so you're always going to have these exciting team fights, and then, you know, in between that, just waiting for them to come back up, trying to find their farm, and, you know, going from there. Oh, Fearless actually Gobbler once again on MG.Trust, but he's alright there.
The one Fnatic fan, by the way, in game, he's got a friend now. Now there's two.
Now there's two. Another nice little shout out to the fans there from Fnatic. We've got going at the moment. I mean, they are kind of grouping up right now. I mean, Roshan still, it's going to be, it may respawn in 50 seconds, which is probably the next objective, but Raven just has a Skadi completed, although got to be careful with jabs up on the high ground. He's going to be able to get the dive away, so he's alright. Nicely done. This is, do they want to try and make a play with Arena on cooldown now?
Yeah, Arena on cooldown, as well as a BKB recently purchased on the Death Prophet. 10 seconds now, so this is perfect timing for them. Still vulnerable, of course, to the... is that a toss-in? That's just a creep, okay. To the Juggernaut as well as the RP, but it takes things like the Kisses, the Finger of Death out of the equation.
Skadi picked up from both the position ones as well. See the effect on that. And you got to keep in mind, Radiant, they've got an immense amount of sustain kind of coming through. The Undying, the Phoenix DP with the Spirit Siphon, Spectres, you know, usually got a pretty good HP regen as well. So the reduction that the Ice Guard is going to provide, you know, even for the Spectre as well against the Juggernaut.
Same thing with the Healing Ward though as well. Yeah. So Spectre's going to be happy to have one. Stats as well as that little bonus.
And also the factor of the slow going through the magic immunity is always really nice. I mean, he did go for the Blade Fury movement speed, and he's got phase as well, so, you know, moving pretty speedy is the Juggernaut, but just kind of recognizing, at least it's going to give them a decent way to kind of help out slowing him down. I want to try and play around the vision though, see if they can get this jump up Radiant towards around the high ground, so it's going to give them a lot of advantage with the vision inside this choke point.
I think just respecting the fact that they have that vision. Playing blind, essentially. Outside of the hole. See? Jay's the one putting his body in first, taking away the outpost. Up with the Ds as well, so that could be a big difference maker.
Dire, they're underneath the ward here. They're going to be careful. Gets rid of it instantly. Now really relying on the Beastmaster to be able to enable that vision advantage at the moment. Savage playing on the front line. Who's going to get the initiation first? There we go with the Beastmaster. Blink forward thanks to the Hawk. They're going to be able to try and bring down the Mars here, who's not protected enough. Savage not wanting to drop the healing ward. They're going to try and chuck in Boom Bell. I mean, he gets the RP, but the Supernova really going to disrupt any more follow-up there, and it looks like the 2 down for Motivate, and they used a lot of ultimates as well here. They're going to be careful if they stick around, as Fnatic, a nice fight for them, and we've highlighted so much the vision advantage. It's just so important. We're seeing which team gets the jump, you know, the Mars unfortunately, the first target to be put down, and that's a lot of their AoE control, locking them in for, you know, the kisses, the Omni Slash, the gobble up, the RP. So just the Beastmaster Hawk there really enabling that fight.
And he dropped like a sack of potatoes even with that BKB being used. That was his 10-second BKB. So huge team fight win, effective rotation back through to the Roche pit. Well, now that's a cheese plus Aegis plus an Aeon disc available for the Death Prophet. So it's doing the nice little play too, where he can just unlock it. But has to be a little careful actually. Like if he tries to combine them together into the Aeon disc mid-team fight. Okay, he just sold the item that he needed because he had completely full inventory and backpack. So he wouldn't have been able to do that if he was not too careful.
He's keeping his wits about him. What are we got for the neutral items looking so far? Tier 3 is starting to get picked up. Oh, there's a telescope on Q. That's goddamn nice, considering he doesn't have a blink at the moment. He's actually going to be going for a 4-staff instead, just the positioning base. It's almost got that 15 talent as well with 150 cast range. So, you know, we'll see how Lion's going to be able to kind of help out through these fights with some of the abilities. He's got level 13 though, so, you know, pretty low on the supports that die with the Mag and Lion at the bottom at the moment.
Just trying to think, what does Motivate need? I mean, it feels like every single team fight that they've won, it's been based around Nevermind hitting a great arena and then comboing it together with the rest of their spells. Of course, Savage is having a good game as well. Best to carry the rest of his team, but it is a big drop between him and Fearless from 1 and 2 on the net worth charts.
Yeah, we've seen the snap. I mean, getting decent amount of loss. It's nothing compared to what the Jug is, and you see just kind of falling off 1, 3, and 8 at the moment. And Radiant going to be able to control the triangle at the moment. They drop a nice deep observe ward, top mid shoved in. Looks like Raven's going to try and deal with bot as well, but Dire, they're going to try and smoke up and hold their own high ground right with the bounties coming up pretty shortly here.
Raven's just going to be able to join this as soon as they reveal themselves.
Never mind. Blink forward, finds DJ, speeds off the mark, jabs, instantly pops the BKB. He's going to be careful, gets brought down to the Swift Slash. They're going to try and deal with the Tombstone instantly. They'll be successful, but now they've already used the Blade Fury, so they can't deal with the Supernova. Now with the Raw controlling up the Juggernaut, where's the save coming through? Spike gives himself protection up. The RP on the moon. He gets the Air Disc going now. Where's the damage coming out? Raven's going to be able to turn. He's still got the Aegis as well. The Juggernaut doesn't do enough. The Gobble up a little bit too late, and Motivate, the buybacks are coming up, and they don't have the ult to be able to take the fight. They're just going to chase him down. Nevermind will fall, and the consequences there. They just TP'd in. They're in trouble as Savage is getting chased back. He's got the movement speed with the Blade Fury, but where's the follow-up? Radiant, do they want to dive inside the base? They won't opt to do so. The Aegis on the Spectre will look like an incredible RP Omni, but the Death Prophet getting off that Aeon disc, the cheese as well. You didn't kill off the Spectre first life, and they just turned.
It's just the benefit of having that Aeon disc, you know, not completely ready at all points in time. It's kind of a waste, right, to be able to have the cheese, but this essentially gave him 3 lives.
Boombo, skewer back. They get the Spectre. It's going to be a decent amount of damage. We've got to keep careful, though, because he's got the Blade Mail and the Dispersion, so Mag just eats through it at all. Now, he's down for 70. That's a dieback for him. And now they can just continue sieging, although the repair kit is going to make it a little bit more difficult. They don't have the Exo. And Beastmaster at least providing some help there, but looks like they are very happy with what they've gotten so far. After that fight, a 10,000 net worth lead. They're still hanging around though. MG.Trust has got the Roar, and Fearless is actually pushed up a little bit. Can they? Do they want to even go? Okay, they don't.
Oh, we pump faked it. Importantly as well, Juggernaut used the buyback too.
Never mind. Misses the spear. Jab's going to try and move forward. He's going to have the ultimate back up in a couple of seconds. They even dropped the Tombstone as well, just in case the fight does break out. You see Dai tried to punish them there, but the vision that Radiant had at the moment was able to scout that out and, you know, just enabled them to kind of reset.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think they're just straight up tired of this Yule Scepter being able to stop a lot of the damage that might be coming through onto the DP. It's got the Aeon disc back online already, but that's what the Juggernaut's waiting with his courier at his own secret shop.
Oh,
they've found though.
They will be able to catch out the Phoenix here with the Mortimer Kisses follow-up. MG.Trust stuck inside as well. There's no detection. So
suspicious,
nice.
MG.Trust.
Don't be suspicious.
Suspicious.
Is he going? So Jug's going MKB, and he's got the Nullify queued up afterwards. But yeah, exactly like you said though, the Yield Scepter from the Death Prophet. I mean, what is it? 2.5 seconds against the 3.5 from the duration of the Omni Slash, so negating just so much of that damage from Savage. And until they have a way to be able to dispel that off with the Nullifier, it's just going to continue to be a nuisance here.
Oh. They tried their best to catch the Jug as he was TPing out, but that's a pretty big ultimate wasted now. I mean, it's given them a little bit of a window to be able to come back into this game on Motivate's side. No Haunt, you've got all of your ultimates available in not too long. Bottomless Kiss is still 50 seconds, but it's a big window, over a minute that they've got at around the 34-minute mark.
You see instantly they're going to try and get some map control. They just come around the triangle, deward the area. You got Savage who's already pushing in bot, closing in on that level 25. Mid. Looks like Radiant's still kind of sticking their ground though. They know how strong they still can be, even without the Haunt. And it looks like MG.Trust a little bit low on the mana, unfortunately. So gonna need a little bit of help there. What's he got coming out? A couple of clarities. There we go.
With the Fearless, you can see just with the way that Fnatic have been playing this, he's been forced to go into the Blink Dagger. Probably something that he doesn't want to. At around the 20-minute mark, you want to be finishing up items like your MKB so you can immediately take advantage of the using your attack damage talent. But be the case just yet. He finishes up his BKB and now he's going into the MKB. So a little bit more survivability for now, but it's at the cost of not being able to dish it out if you don't get literally the perfect combination together.
Do you like the Blink picked up though? Because a lot of times Spectre is one of the best heroes to be able to deal with Blink Daggers, just instantly getting rid of that with the Haunt.
It's a tough one, right? I feel like Fearless has been the main target that they're trying to go on outside of Nevermind. You know, if they can catch him when he's facing away, pump the stuns into him, then they feel pretty confident that they're going to be able to take him down. I was surprised at how inactive Motivate have been. Yes, they've taken back some map control, but Raven's going to have that Haunt available in another 25 seconds. He's level 25 now as well, so extra 5% dispersion.
Alright, there we go. That's a big item. Savage having the Nullifier now is going to give them a lot more opportunity to be able to deal with these kind of utility items that we see from Fnatic to really kite out the Jug. So didn't opt to complete the MKB, just recognizing the importance that they needed on the Nullifier, but Radiant ultimate's about to come back up. There's even a DD on the Spectres. They've got to be careful. The Blink forward. Fearless. The Blink doing nothing. Boom with the RP up to 3. Now where's the ball coming out from the Juggernaut? It's going to chuck up the Swift Slash. The Omni as well. But Dire, they've already lost 2 heroes. So now the Nullifier isn't going to get used here with the Supernova. Savage going to be able to get out of that, but it looks like can he TP out? The Bash is there to cancel, and Savage will pay the price. He doesn't have a buyback, forcing the Nullify, and MG.Trust with the Blink forward as well. They want to hunt for more, punishing Motivate's attempt to take the fight. They'll bring down 4, and they don't have any buybacks.
Man, you can't ask for much of a better initiation. It's just way too much to handle on Fnatic's side right now, and that's why you need to take this sort of engagements before the Haunt is able to be used. He lucked out a little bit having the double damage as well, of course, but show how effective a team like Fnatic is at pushing their advantages.
Oh, well.
Mine is trying his best to rat,
He's
and he'll probably pay for it.
Well, top's coming in thanks to Moon, so they will get at least a little bit of backdoor protection. I believe Dire have a repair kit, right? Yeah, Boombell's going to drop that one down, so okay. I mean, it's going to delay it a little bit, but still, these objectives are going to end up falling.
Back to top. So he did his job, at least mid's protected.
Who just got the refresher off? Did you see it? Phoenix did, okay.
Man, Jabs is farmed.
Yeah, wow. He is cruising ahead of the Mars right now, neck and neck with the Beastmaster as well. They got a full set of racks up top. Jug, keep in mind, no buyback. Boombell, nice. Yours Scepter. And Raven, he's even got the Abyssal Blade as well. They're going to try and give him some space with the cookie, but now it looks like MG.Trust is going to be able to follow up underneath the tier 4 tower. Jabs pops the refresher, just looking to dive forward to hunt down Q, zoning them inside the base, and that's all 5 down, and it looks like that's going to be game 1 as well. And they're so aware, dropping the egg, and man, what a performance from Fnatic in this game.
Yeah, this is much more like the Fnatic that we're used to, and pretty damn dominant. A game can work where you just rely on the enemy team to respond to what you're trying to do. It was only, I feel like, the first exorcism that was effectively punished, but beyond that, it was all Fnatic's way.
Radiant's turn to
They're not. I mean, it's a pretty big game here for Motivate, because if they end up losing this, they're going to drop down to 0-4 throughout the first 2 series of the groups. And starting a runoff like that, it's never going to give you much confidence, especially with a couple of I guess they've got a stand-in, but also the new player. Never mind.
it is Radiant's.
Yeah, it's not good. You never want to be able to be on the back foot from the very beginning. Again, though, this tournament, there's no one that gets eliminated in the group stage. It's just to decide who goes upper bracket, who goes lower bracket. So it's not like the end of the world, but you want some good momentum coming through here. So yeah, I'm keen to see how Motivate are going to turn this one around. Clearly, they're thinking no more Undying, that's for sure.
5.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like you highlighted how they were able to play, DJ's heroes yesterday with the Ogre, and his impact in the Undying was pretty formidable, honestly, through a lot of these fights. And it just, especially with what you're able to do in a lot of the lanes, it can really open up some of your carry heroes. We do see Motivate go back for the Snapfire, though.
Find it. I think the big thing is you need to be absolutely dominating. It's one of those heroes that, kind of like how Tiny used to be played mid, where if you have a crappy early game, there's really no coming back from it. Kind of similar with Snapfire. It's the hero that needs to snowball if something else happens. So I like the fact that it is flexible enough. They've played it so many times with Boombell and Q, actually. Masteros, I believe, on the old version of MG.Trust. But I just don't want to see it going mid again, unless it's literally like the perfect matchup. Minus armor though.
Yeah, that's true. You get that little Shredder, Corrosive Haze as well. We saw what the Slider was able to do earlier, ran by KP. But Fnatic, they go back for the Phoenix, so the Mars is available if they want to get the combination, which was kind of block picked last game from Motivate. So there's that opportunity if Fnatic want it. And also the Slider kind of stops you from going for a Faceless Void. I feel like the laning stage makes it very difficult, and it's a hero, I guess Beastmaster is probably a little bit better to really block pick out of Void, but I feel like Slider still kind of plays that role as well.
I'm going to follow this one up with, I mean, they've got the Mars available, which can be okay in this sort of lineup, but why not just go something like a Timbersaw? Yep, perfectly fine for me. You have to run the risk of not getting caught out of position, like happened, I think it was Vice and Execration, right? That was the game that it was being run, and it just got picked off before the reactive armor stacks started to pick up. So that's the big thing, and I have faith that it's most likely going to be Masteros, that he's going to have a better time this time around.
Well, we saw in the last draft that Motivate opened up with 2 strength heroes and then tried to ban out the Timber in the second phase just to kind of protect with this opener. And Fnatic, alright, if you're going to open up with 2 strength again, then we're going to bump up the priority that we have on the Timber Saw, and at least now have the capability where they banned out a lot of Masteros' hero is in that last game. We still saw him have an incredible Beastmaster performance with that last pick for him just to enable him. But now they give him the kind of this 4th pick, which is, at least gives you the potential of being able to ban out a couple of heroes. You see the Morphs taken care of so far.
Jabs played that Phoenix fantastically in the previous game. I probably would give MVP to him, just with the amount of space that he was able to create, the amount of farm that he had at such an early stage of the game as well. And if he does opt to play it again, you don't even need to stick around the lane all that much. You get your level 3, and then you just leave the Timbersaw once he's got at least his level 3. He's just able to dominate the lane from then onwards. So we'll see what they opt to do. I think it's still a very viable option for DJ as well, if he did want to play it. It just means that you need to be playing a core that's also going to synergize with that kind of play. Very well just be... Actually, no, I'm feeling this Phoenix much more as being as 4, right? Because you never really want to play any sort of melee into a Slider. It's going to make your life a living hell.
Yeah, the matchup, it's never really going to be able to work out in your favor. We see actually the Void getting banned out. I guess the Snapfire Faceless Void combo, where they had the Mars to fill that role in the other game, and time dilation is always going to be relatively decent to be able to deal with the Timber as well. So a couple of core bans here, actually, considering, you know, Motivate already going for their 3 and what they can flex as a 2 and a support for the Snapfire as well.
Yep. Not minding it all that much. Moved here. What's the big priority? Looks like Motivate is just removing a lot of the support pool, realizing that that has been one of the big constants, I suppose, from Fnatic. Just solid performances coming out from both of those. And it looks like it's most likely going to be Jabs again, going back to the Phoenix. Enchantress making things a lot easier for that safe lane. Just a winning matchup regardless. Slardar, even if they were now to pick a Spectre, for example, it's generally fine, because a Slardar doesn't want to be able to undergo a lot of the harass that's going to be coming through the Enchantress whenever he's trying to trade against a Spec.
Yeah, I'm really huge fan of actually this position 5 getting picked up from Fnatic, just kind of recognizing, at least limiting the Slardar's laning stage prowess on how strong he can be. You've got a way to be able to deal with the Guardian sprint, and we've seen the Enchantress be a very strong laner as well, so just, you know, limiting how Slardar is going to be able to play this. But trying to see what they want to end up continuing to go for. I mean, you're gonna have to Snapfire, we didn't really see last game, honestly, just the positioning. Supernovas were going off left, right, and center, but, you know, how are they going to be able to deal with the Timber Sword, do you think? What heroes could stand out for Motivate to try and pick up?
Honestly, I think they can even consider just purely right-clicking him, making sure that they're picking him off before he's able to get those reactive armor stacks off, but still in the pool, it's not a horrible hero. You know, you can just stand in the middle of a team fight. Timbersword's going to melt. Enchantress, you don't really care all that much because you're not right-clicking her, and then you can just put your attention onto dealing with the Supernova all throughout. The big issue for Motivate last time with this Snapfire was you had the Phoenix Egg and the Tombstone to deal with, so it was kind of like, well, if you deal with one, the other one's going to go off or have a huge amount of effectiveness. This time around, it's only one that they have to deal with. I don't mind the Lesh at all.
Can they even go for a Phantom Assassin as well for Motivate too? I mean, you've already got... You see that Fnatic actually... A lot of time when Slardar's picked up, you want to try and get rid of the Phantom Assassin with that 1-2 combo, which is just so incredibly strong. And, you know, well... That's a really good way to be able to deal with a tanky hero in the laning stage. Maledict is just, you know, whenever you're going against an offlane hero that's going to survive on like a minimal amount of HP a lot of the time, that Maledict really has the threshold to secure the kill. And it's going to be... I like the Witch Doctor getting picked up for Motivate, actually.
Yep. Perfect. You know, you're able to disrupt a lot of the gameplay that you're trying to get going through with the Phoenix as well. You know, a simple... cask bouncing in the right direction just ruins the Sunray, for example. And of course, Maledict's super effective. You can deal with the Enchantress quite nicely as well. And it allows you to pick, let's say, a greedier laning matchup, just because 1 point of the Voodoo Restoration still is pretty damn good value. So you're going to be able to sustain relatively nicely against a Timbersaw. Morphling, I'm just trying to think what else could just deal with the Timber. I mean, it might straight up just be the PA, but I'm just trying to think of any other potential options. I think we saw in the EU region people were picking like a sniper even to change things up a little bit, and a Terrorblade is going to be what's picked now. Could it be an Arc Warden that's potentially picked here? It means that Timbersaw has to be a lot more careful when he is left on his own, because that flux starts to be, you know, much more impactful. Not that you get too many levels in it early on, I suppose.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what they want to try and pick up to deal with the Timber. I mean, it's... Right now, you already see the carry matchup of the Terrorblade. Fnatic going to try and hold the last pick to at least enable the mid lane for Moon. What do they go for? Let's see. They're going to pick up the Lesher. You brought it up earlier. Now, especially with the Terrorblade getting picked up, it gives you another way to be able to deal with the illusions, which is really nice. And, you know, high magic damage to kill off the Enchantress, the Timber as well. And it now gives you also a way to take objectives, which they were kind of lacking.
And the Witch Doctor too, you don't need to get, you know, the perfect combination off with your Maledict. If you can, like, you know, Cask, Maledict, Death Ward, if you could just hit your Maledict on anyone, Lesh will do the rest, you know, and then the Maledict will start to really kick into gear. So I think I like that. It's given them a bit more flexibility in that as well. been a really nice pick too, but I agree with you that it does give them a little bit more tower push that they were lacking.
Right, so Motivate looking for their position 1, Fnatic trying to look for their position 2, it looks like. We kind of... Is there anything else that you've been able to think about rather than the Phantom Assassin? Because that's really the one that I keep thinking at the moment. The Monkey has always been a very good matchup versus the Timber in the lane. As the game kind of goes on, it can get a little bit 50-50. I don't really see the Monkey as much though.
It's PA or Arc Warden.
Okay.
Motivate. Just because, like, to deal with an Arc Warden, you want to obviously try and get on top of him.
10
If you do, you're screwed. Like, Leshrakt's going to deal with you, Slatter's going to deal with you, you're going to cop a Maledict, all this stuff. And I think one thing they're really lacking on Fnatic right now, they have 0 stuns outside of the Phoenix Supernova. So that's going to be a pretty decent factor as well in terms of locking someone down.
What's the... It could just be some form of Spirit Hero really just to enable at least having some lockdown. They ban out the Invoker. Okay. We've been seeing this Invoker last pick a lot more.
Yeah. I mean, Spirit Heroes are good, but on Motivate's side, they've got essentially like 5 stuns. Yeah. So you never want to put yourself in a risky position.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
What is this last ban going to be? They get rid of the Phantom Lance, so just the classic matchup of the Terrorblade versus PL. Timber does pretty well with the illusions, but I guess, you know, Enchantress pretty single target. The Phoenix as well. There's the Arc Warden ban, so that's a big one. Fnatic getting rid of now. What it leaves the Phantom Assassin that we've been able to kind of talk about. What? No, we don't see...
You need the gap closed. That's the big thing that I'm concerned about. And PA, if it was to be that, can't be the one that just goes in first. It has to be the Slider that starts to initiate things. Or similar to what we saw in game number 1, let it be Leshrakt that starts pushing the tower and then react when they start to come at you. So, had a couple of seconds left and they end up going PA. Yeah. It's all that was really left in the pool, to be honest, but it still has some decent synergy with the draft. It's just a matter of how measured is Savage going to be with the rest of his team? Is he going to be the one wanting to go in first, or is he going to be able to hold back, allow the Slaughter to take the brunt of the first bout of initiation, and then jump in afterwards and start to clean things up?
And the matchup as well. I mean, early on, PA...
He's going to have a rough time in lane.
Yeah, and that's the thing. And also, now you've got a Terrorblade who has incredibly high amount of armor. So PA's damage as the game continues on. I mean, PA always has this effect of being able to crit people down. So at least as the game goes on, PA versus Timber, that matchup gets a lot better. And you've always got to keep in mind that Fnatic, they don't have any buffer, whereas Motivate, they have this corrosive haze, so it's really going to be a big factor. But at least Terrorblade has an immense amount of armor.
And they're very cooldown reliant on Fnatic's side as well, whereas Motivate, not at all, essentially.
Looking for what's going to be the last pick here for Moon, and they go the Batrider.
Okay. I don't mind this. You're able to start roaming, going for pickoffs. Even just Batrider Enchantress is able to get a decent amount done here. Maybe the Fearless Lesh.
I mean, is this the last pick for Fnatic to be able to take the series 2-0? You a fan of the Batrider?
I think it was probably one of the best things that they could have drafted with what they had. I'm just really liking Motivate's lineup so far. It's got good synergy. All of the heroes have something in particular that they're able to deal with. It's just going to come down to execution for me. I think Moon, kind of similar to how Savage needs to be playing his role in like secondary initiation. Moon might need to add that component to his game as well. Like, while Savage is waiting for that sort of stuff to happen, maybe go in onto Savage, you know, bring him further away from the fight. You might risk dying yourself, but if you itemize correctly with, you know, Scepter, things of that nature, then it could be enough that you're able to delay things out and allow Raven to really do his job in wiping out the rest of the team.
And we'll see how they're going to end up faring in this second game here. I mean, it feels like this last pick from Moon with the Batrider. I mean, they don't have a way to deal with him as the game goes on. You've got no counter in the lane with the softer spell to deal with the sticky napalm, and you don't have a way to deal with the lasso as well. And this was kind of something that Fnatic were really requiring, because you highlighted they don't have stuns and really not having a way to.
Q playing it though, instead of Fearless this time around.
So we'll see how this second game is going to end up faring. I mean, again, it's a pretty important one here for Motivate. If they can try and at least take one map out of the series against Fnatic. Both these teams coming into the series were winless. So at least Fnatic going to try and get a win for them already. We'll see if Motivate going to be able to do the same too.
I was getting a little bit worried about some of the stuff being drawn on the minimap, that it might go above our PG rating. Not going to be the case this time, at least.
Sort out there.
Maybe when Ice is playing a bit later, we'll get some of that.
Yeah, good old Ice. Never stops to make everyone laugh. He's a treasure in the scene. You need it. You need people like him. Just keeps things interesting. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Dota is a game, you see a lot of different esports with a lot of personalities, and then, Dota on not too much on that side.
Yeah, like, I think gone is the days of being able to have someone like Fear who called himself just a Dota playing machine. You gotta have some personality to it.
Yeah. It increases the likeliness of fans to be able to have this respect, and also honestly just the branding potential eventually. We are going to see Motivate. We're going to try and make this aggressive play, infiltrating throughout the jungle. Looks like they're not going to be able to catch anyone though, so it will be Raven might be able to contest top, or never mind, just going to have to crush. Like he's just going to run all the way around and should be able to get that one. So it's going to be at least Motivate coming out on top early. They are starting with a try down bot as well, with Boombell and Q. They do see.
That's one of the benefits, right, of having this this heavy stun lineup. I was thinking maybe they might opt to go. Wow, Bell is very deep. What is he doing?
Well, TJ just pops out of the tree line. Cast might be enough, although Jabs gets a little right click. And man, I love that from Fnatic. A lot of teams recognize that the Timbersaw is such a weak hero at the early levels, so just helping down and kind of anticipating that it's more than likely Motivator going to try and run a try to get that first early kill, and they kind of just bring their own try, themselves the ones that finds first blood, and now they just go back to the natural 2-1-2 lane.
I think that was very much Boombell with a bit of the assist there. You don't be a level 1 Witch Doctor standing in the middle of the lane, when you don't know where the other heroes are. That's just a misplay.
Alright, well, this mid matchup is going to be pretty interesting here with the Leshrac and the Batrider. We'll see how it's going to end up faring. You see Fearless already, of course, with the one charges against the Bat matchup, but it's going to be pretty difficult if Moon, once he's able to get the levels, can just continuously dive underneath, and Radiant always got to keep in mind if they need this support rotation, it's probably going to pressure the Leshrac to go for movement speed early to kind of at least offset the slows that the Batrider has.
Just that first blood death, honestly, I don't want to be overly dramatic here, but that's almost game losing. The fact that they could have just delayed the Masteros's timing so heavily by getting a kill onto him, or at least getting more and more farm into Savage through a kill onto, let's say, Jabs. on. And they're going to try and get a kill onto Masteros now, getting a little lucky with the casks, but Boombell probably going to die again first.
Masteros might cost him his life, however, but he at least does help out with getting the kill on Boombell. Savage is going to be able to get his first kill of the game, so you still were able to put some pressure on. You know, we highlighted how strong the Witch Doctor is with that Maledict. I mean, the kind of that percent damage just really comes into play versus the tanky strength hero like the Timber.
Denied.
Well, it was a tactical death that time by Boombell. Just wanted to give all of the experience over to Savage.
There's always the tack feeds and then the ones that
DJ's
sometimes don't really go too well.
Nice juke out there though. Dodges out the cookie. Should still die though.
Yeah, unfortunately, there's not much that Terrorblade's really able to do, so Enchantress just gets chased down, and you know we're seeing that switch up with the Snapfire being played as a position 4 instead of the 2, and this is still a nice lane. I mean, the Enchantress versus Slaughter, your conception is really strong, but you know when you have the Snapfire, a very high kill threat lane they have at the moment.
Yeah, and Fnatic are going to be doing everything possible to make sure that DJ's not in a vulnerable position. You're probably not killing Raven, right? He's got an insane amount of armor, especially if they dive him underneath the tower, but Enchantress, she has only got 4 armor. So what they've been doing is they've just been shoving the lane as much as possible, making sure that TB is forced to farm underneath the tower, and then when they've got the creeps there to tank up a lot of the tower hits, that's when they make their dives onto DJ.
Yeah, just really strongly utilizing the power of shoving in the lanes and allowing the creeps to do the tanking is Evermind. It's just going to be able to TP out without a stun in that lane. You see always the attempts whenever the Metamorphosis is available, but we're going to see the rotation start to come out with the power runes. Who's going to get that 50-50 luck? Looks like Fearless is going to be the one, so he's doesn't have a bottle, so honestly it's just the importance of getting rid of Moon's refill there. And Lesh is having a pretty good time at the moment. He's got some abilities. Oh, there we go. Actually, Q's going to move forward. Look at the follow-up and the stun. Moon, can he get dip out? However, doesn't have any help coming through from the supports, and that Lightning Storm extra level pickup from Fearless. Q's actually going to be able to claim the kill. That Fairy Fire was not enough, and our Jabs as well is pretty low here. He's got to be careful with the vision thanks to Q. They get the Lightning Storm, and now he's going to be able to juke back. Firestorm will tick him out. Oh, Motivate, they get 2 kills mid.
Yeah, Fearless is more than happy with that, and importantly, 2 range creeps being pushed underneath the tower. So before Batrider gets to lane,
nice.
Yeah, it gets to deny off as well. So very nicely done.
So a lot of experience getting taken away there, and Batrider's a hero that
Level.
It's crazy how much importance there is on range creeps with the gold and the experience that it's really able to provide you. And it's at the moment things are looking pretty good for Radiant. I mean, Masteros is about to hit level 4, but they've done a relatively good job at still at least allowing the Phantom Assassin to find the farm. And then meanwhile, like, Batrider is a hero that can just absolutely demolish lanes, and we see Moon's actually picked up 2 points in the flame break.
Yeah, I guess just trying to outposition mid. Like, his main priority has just been getting up as many of these sticky napalm stacks.
Bot lane,
he's had
Masteros chasing down Boombell on the tree line. Looks like Savage not going to be able to continue to be able to utilize that Maledict tick down, so they'll get a kill, and that's all she's going to rotate. They do have a catapult wave if they can really utilize that, and Savage is pretty weak as well, but the Wrap coming from the back. Fearless wants to join them. Savage, Phantom Strike, tries to utilize the blow here, but now he's wasted a lot of time, so Fearless with the Wrap through finds the kill on top of Jabs, and now they want Masteros as well. A bit of an ambitious TP with Boombell coming back, cast to cancel. Very nicely done, that rotation from Fearless, and meanwhile mid as well. Looks like Q, however, trying to soak up some experience, could be in trouble. Look at the slows, even Moon's going to pop the haste as well, so this is at least Fnatic finding a kill across the map, but they lose the Timber and the Phoenix down bot. Oh, the Courier.
Well, that's a nice little bonus for Motivate. Moon being slowed down a little bit more for the next 1.5 minutes. He's not going to have quite as much of that pick-off potential.
See how he's still able to continue this. I mean, he's got the level 60 if he wants to go for the lasso, but I mean, really impressed with that movement from Fearless. And we do see the Terrorblade's having a very good time at the moment. He's probably going to be forced out into the jungle pretty shortly, but this is a hero that's always able to really be able to farm the jungle at an incredibly high rate is unable to find that connection. So at the moment, I mean, we're chilling around with about 11 kills. We're still trying to see ones look continue.
Yeah, but having a look at the net worth charts, you can see it's TB playing a lone hand essentially right now for the Dire. Really nice mid lane going there. Fearless. It just feels like a hero that he's much more comfortable with playing. He should be fine.
Playing with fire down bot, Jab's coming over and looks like Boombell. I mean, he gets a Melodic before he dies, so they might try and look to turn if Savage can get a couple crits. But it looks like there's no more follow-up. I mean, he's got that point up in the reactive arm at the moment. He actually even went 2 for the Whirling Death. So just a little bit of the extra damage here, even though he's not against any strength heroes in the lane so far. But nicely done. Keeps his life again. And
but yeah, it just feels much more like a Fearless hero, this Leshrac, right? Like, Snapfire is a hero that you kind of need to stay in lane and wait for people to come to you. That's not Fearless's style. He needs to have high mobility, he needs to roam to other lanes and make stuff happen, and he's been doing that.
They're going to try and mass rush once again. Cast going to connect now with a cookie follow-up here. It's underneath the tier 1 tower if there's any rotations, but it looks like the Melodict. He's going to try and TP back, but it's going to end up popping before he gets in. And meanwhile as well, with the dive coming out, Fearless actually cleans off the Phoenix there. So continuing to get a couple of kills across the map is motivated.
Just efficiency gaming as well. Oh, the Royal Jelly. Don't want to leave that one on the ground.
That's probably, yeah, that's one of the better neutral items.
Some for me, some for PA. He's going to be very happy with that. Just enable him to, perhaps rather than finish up the Perseverance, go for the damage from the Broadsword now that he's got that passive mana regen coming through. Doubling his mana regen, actually. Jelly.
You see Jab's trying to soak up a little bit of experience. They're going to TP in the Leshrac though, already with the Boots of Travel and 3 points up in the Edict, and they've got a Catapult Wave, so looking to pressure. And this is usually not what you see, honestly, in the Timber lane, where he's shoved back under his tower, and not much he's able to do though. Fearless level 9 already, and just with 2 points in the Melodic, really making it difficult for the Timber to feel his strength at the early stage. And that's a tower where they're now going to try and link up to mid as well. Fearless just running down DJ. He's got the movement speed, and now with the cookie follow-up, that's just another kill, man. Fearless is having a very good game on the Leshrac so far.
9-minute Boots of Travel, by the way. Level 9, 9-minute BOTs, and all of these rotations happening. He's been part of 6 of the 9 kills. You gotta love it. And again, look, he's on the move again. He's like, oh, well, the lane's pushed in. Better TP top and take this one as well.
Well, let's try and
later, Moon.
Get the kill on Moon. However, Lasso's going to get committed with the TP rotation coming through. Fearless falling a little bit low here, but they just bait it out. He's still going to end up dying. Now, DJ as well, but he's going to be careful because there's no more TP rotations, and even Witch Doctor's coming over as well. The dagger slow allows Boombell to get involved here. And man, Savage is going to be loving life. He's on a killing spree right now. Double kill for him. He's getting a little bit of extra bounty gold.
Yeah, and those sorts of deaths on Fearless, while it's not concerning, while you don't want to be feeding 431 gold over to the enemy mid laner who you've been obviously dominating in the early stages, it's worth it if it means that Savage is the one that gets the return.
We do see Raven is getting a lot of farm though. He's having an incredible game, you know, keeping up. Honestly, the fact that Phantom Assassin is neck and neck with a Terrorblade is just showing that, you know, TB is always going to have this potential to be able to farm, you know, multiple lanes and camps at once. You know, until Phantom Assassin gets that Battle Fury, really going to see the buff up really come through from him. But at the moment, if this game continues on, yeah, it will actually Jabs mid lane. Just Mortimer Kisses trying to duke back and forth, and I mean, he's got the dive as well. So yeah, Jabs is right.
I think he was thinking that Fearless was going to continue moving forward. He's much faster than anyone else on the map right now. He's also got that wind lace, so 455 movement speed at all stages. It's a scary prospect. Going into the Yule Scepter first before the normal build of going into an Ag Scepter, I don't mind it. You know, you're able to get off a lot of those sticky napalm stacks, even if, like what just happened at that tier 1 tower top happens, you know, you get pulled underneath. He died to the tick damage that was happening afterwards, so just Yules yourself off and you're pretty happy with how things are.
Just at the moment, relatively even game in the net worth. Still trying to, they're doing a very good job at trying to at least posture to try and defend the T1 tower, but Q could be in trouble. Raven popping up the Metamorphosis here, and we still haven't really seen that egg and even Raven getting involved with the meta, but now it's time. They're going to try and group up, take this objective. Already got the glyph, but it looks like it's going to be a little bit too hard for them to defend. This is the factor of the Terrorblade matchup versus the Phantom Assassin, where Raven, yes, you're a little bit reliant on your cooldown in the Metamorphosis, but you are able to get involved a lot earlier on in like pushing opportunities and also fights as well.
I mean, as soon as that Snapfire goes down, even though it's the position 4 role, you're just free to make movements like that because you know that all you need to do is stick jabs nearby, and a Supernova is basically free, even at level 1 where it is, notoriously weak.
No point from Q actually in the low shredder just yet. Let's see if a fight breaks out before he gets that with the Supernova first usage, but well, Boombo
normal.
He's gonna be in trouble, yeah. Alright, so Piers is getting pretty close to the battlefield at the moment, seeing him just trying to farm out the rest of the gold for the Claymore. It's gonna be a very good timing from Savage.
The Dyers on the hunt for Radiant forces.
Is he thinking about jumping? No, he's just cruising along. So, I mean, at the moment with how this game's looking in the carry matchup, as this one continues on, is this a game where just the Phantom Assassin Slardar combo is going to be too much for them to handle with the buff up, or is the Terrorblade going to be able to kind of match this?
I don't think Motivator going to be wanting to take many fights where they're just running into all Fnatic heroes. I think they're always going to be looking to go for a pickup and then taking that outnumber into either an objective. Oh, they found out Masaros here. Speaking of that, this is the type of pickoff that they need.
And just the crush for the Mortimer Kiss. It's a lot of damage at the moment. He wasn't able to pop that hood, so a really nice pickoff. They kind of protect the tier 2 tower, just continuing allow the Phantom Assassin to find the farm.
Protecting the tier 2 tower, and also it's honestly, even though he died, it's good positioning by Masaros, because if he was doing the same thing on the top side, you can just easily transition that into a road. By the time he's back alive, you have basically just made it there if you were going to smoke and sprint pit from that bottom tier tower. They got a ward down as well, so that's all.
Yeah, it's going to be able to give them a decent amount of information here. As still just no, so there's a blink now picked up for the Batrider, so it's going to give them a very, very easy way to be able to initiate and find this jump. I mean, Lesh actually, he's gone back for the Bloodstone as well, so no Yules.
It's fine. Fulfill similar sorts of things, I suppose. Masaros is timber chained in, and he's getting caught out a little bit here. Might have to be a little careful.
He's got some reactive armor stack die. They're going to come over. Raven with the Metamorphosis now. Nevermind's going to end up falling. They're trying to link on the back. Moon with that blink will catch out another. Nicely done. That's a double for jabs. And they've got this meta, so let's see what other objectives they're going to be able to claim with it. They're thinking about coming over to the Roche pit.
Any chance that you have to take this away from a minus armor lineup, you take it. And Metamorphosis, tier 1 tower's already gone. This is the time. I think that engagement onto the Timber would have been fine if Q was there, but they're just prioritizing farming his Ag Scepter right now, so maybe a little bit of miscommunication in wanting to go for that, or feeling a little bit too confident based off of the strong early game that he's had on Fearless. That's a Roche.
Yeah, exactly like you said, so important to be able to take that away from a lineup that has minus armor, because it's just so easy to get a pick off walk inside, even just bring it down in the span of like 10 seconds before the enemy team can react. But we see just the pressure that they're providing now. I mean, it's a 2,000 net worth lead for Fnatic. This Timber's even got a blade mill as well, so you're really making it a bit awkward for them to commit onto Masaros.
Damn deadly. Did they not pick up an Iron Talon? It's showing as unknown on the neutral menu.
Yes. Well, I think Radiant have it. Savage has got an Iron Talon.
Oof.
So
you hate to see it.
Yeah,
maybe it was like a Batrider Firefly residual, just flying over it or something like that.
Trying to smoke up, reveal the blink here on top of the mid lane. Moon tries to help out with the illusion to get rid of the corrosive haze, but it's not going to matter. They're just
got too many stuns to lock him in. They're going to try and link that up to a T1 tower. Meta's going to cool down for another 45, but Dire, what can they do to protect this though? They're going to try and TP in Raven, even a buyback from Moon as well, so they really want to make sure that they hold the T1 mid. And now Moon with the blink forward is going to find out Boombell, but he's going to be careful if he dies here. That's going to be a dieback for Sunder from Raven's going to give him the potential to keep his life, and now with the lasso as well, keep the Supernova alive. An incredible fight for Fnatic. That buyback from Moon, and you're further getting enabled as well because Raven, Sunder, and just the synergy of the abilities, keeping that Supernova alive thanks to the lasso.
The appreciation, the love coming from the team, like, oh, that's not a carry play, you know, protecting your teammates. It's normally all about you, but it's good to see that they are a well-oiled unit together. They've got that Metamorphosis up in 1 second as well, so will he choose to pop it to push this tower? I don't think they really will need it.
And this is still a Phantom Assassin. I mean, does have the Desolator completed now. So that second item looks like Radiant. They're smoking up Q without the Aghanim still, but they can still lead forward with this Slaughter. Masros got a couple of reactive armor stacks as well, so they're going to try and jump in to start, but instantly pops the Blade Bounder. They're going to be careful because Raven has still got the Metamorphosis Fields on top of the backline. Nice man to dodge from Raven, but the Sunder isn't available, so deal with the meta already, which is a lot of the damage. Now Masros going to be careful as well. He's going to end up falling. Raven trying to help out, finds out Boombell. Savage coming up to the fight, however, continuing to try and deal with them, but it looks like it's not going to matter. Jump forward, finds the triple. Respected for both here, but Q Cookie, Scatter Blast is available, brings off the Enchantress. Now Raven as well, he's got the Sunder up in a couple of seconds. Let's see if he can win this man fight against Savage, but Q, he can still get involved as well. He's got the Mortimer Kisses back available. Raven's got to try and disengage, unfortunately, because he can't man fight. Kisses is enough damage with a crit. No, it's not.
Unlucky. Really nice play as well there from Savage, of course, getting the triple kill, but making sure to save the Essence Ring until after the Sunder happened. So he was fighting fit and was at no danger of going down against the TB.
A nice cleanup coming through from the Phantom Assassin. You see that Desolator, you know, picked up at the perfect timing for that engagement. We've seen Savage had a really good game so far. 6-0-4, 197 last hits, and they kind of dropped this net worth lead for Fnatic and really take away that ages advantage they had. But they're going to walk up the high gun where they instantly melt through the Enchantress, and now the Timber's going to be careful as well with the minus armor. And Savage is just going to crit him down, and this is the thing with so much minus armor. I mean, you got your 15 reduction in that Corrosive Haze. Savage has got the 6 in the Desolator as well, and it doesn't matter that Timber's got the reactive armor. You're still just able to do so much work.
That's all you really care about, just dealing with that Timber Saw ASAP. And you know, it's not like you're playing a troll or something like that that needs the ramp up damage. You can just get lucky and that Timber explodes.
Dire's courier has been killed.
No one else that really wants to frontline either, so if you can take that away, the world is your oyster. You can see here they're just standing around. They want to take away as many of these bounties as they can. They might get Boombell for their troubles, but oh, actually,
it's going to be able to follow up as well, actually. Yeah, that's a nice targeting Q. They're still chasing down Boombell as well, so with the lasso drags back the Snapfire, which Doctor's going to end up falling as well. So just staying around to try and contest the bounties. They're going to end up, you know, costing 2 support lives here as Fnatic. That was also without the Metamorphosis as well, and this is going to give them an opportunity to try and de-ward around the triangle. But this is... they're getting a lot of information, seeing Jabs, DJ, and Moon around the triangle section. You know, not that Radiant can do. I guess maybe Savage can make a play. I mean, he's got the BKB now completed as well. So this is going to get very difficult throughout these fights to really be able to deal with him. I mean, they've got the lasso through the magic immunity, the supernova if it ends up popping as well, but this is a game where we've really felt the value of the Phantom Assassin.
Do you reckon he's going to go all out into the minus armor, go the extra armor corruption, or the blur evasion is just too much to pass up against the TB? It feels like it's going to be hard for Fnatic to kill him unless Raven gets an MKB or something along those lines.
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, once Savage has got BKB now, so what do you actually do to him? It's really relying on the Terrorblades to kind of dish out the damage. And I mean, they're what level Slaughter? You know, so just 12, unfortunately. Never mind. He's a little bit behind, at least in the level regard.
Lacking damage, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Rest of the team, oh, he's gone for the armor corruption. All right, he just wants to see big numbers. Sure, big numbers. Let's go.
Big number, boys. I mean, we've seen some incredible crits lately. Let's set it up down bottom at the moment, Moon.
They found Fearless.
Yeah, it's a big pick off because Radiant, they're not setting up to try and protect in the moment. He pops the Bloodstone. Doesn't have to BKB just yet, so he's going to end up falling. Dye, they got a nice ward on top of the high ground as well. Let's see if they're going to be able to pop the smoke here. Boom Belt getting revealed. Dye, they instantly smoke up with Gobble Up. Supernova's going to get dropped as well. It's going to force Motivate to reset the fight. No one's getting caught out just yet, and now they can go back in. It's a very split up fight at the moment. Savage crits down the Enchantress. Meanwhile, up to the northern side, Masros in a little bit of trouble as well. Doesn't have the reactive armor. They dropped the Melodic along with the Death Ward, so Masros is going to end up paying the price to Savage. Is trying to clean up the back as well. Raven, Sunder still available, but looks like I mean, they've got Nevermind in the area, so Raven, he's going to be very careful here. Nice Manta dodge again. He's got the Sun, but can he turn around? Savage with the jump forward, finds a triple. That's a beyond godlike streak now for the Phantom Assassin, and you know, this is starting to get to the territory where PA might just be out of control.
And that's the danger of dropping a supernova like that. If you have the team cohesion to just say, look, back off as a team, and everyone listens, everyone's on the same page, then suddenly your team fight capability on Fnatic is so much weaker.
I mean, it was a good start, at least getting that pick off on the ward on the high ground for Radiant coming over, but a very messy fight where you see the PA just picking off the kind of the backline supports, then the Timber got caught out from like the Witch Doctor, which, so I mean, when you don't have reactive armor, it's gonna make it very, even if you do, like Savage is, it doesn't matter. And now like the PA, your jump potential, I mean, the Phantom Strike is a 5-second cooldown. You have such an incredible cast range, and now a Basher as well. So the fact that, I mean, Timber, it's gonna be so difficult to be able to really play around with this mobility because PA is just always gonna hunt you.
Yeah, it's a scary game to be anywhere around the map right now. A lot of times I think he might have gone for something like an Ag Scepter instead, just because of how quickly he's picking people off, but he has the freedom to just wait out the next Phantom Strike. It's only 5 seconds.
Massaros on the front. There's the bash and the damage as well. Pops the hood just in case, but now with the backline, Moon really wants the DD, so at least takes that away from the Phantom Assassin there, which would have been incredibly strong if they took a fight, but you're still kind of posturing pretty aggressively. They got the top lane pushed in, mid's pushed in as well, so really just limiting the map control that Fnatic have at the moment. They're going to smoke up though. Let's see what they can find. There's a haste on the Batrider as well, so it's really going to enable this pick-off potential with the lasso. Who's the important target? They get the Savage. Phantom Assassin now with the backline. Never mind. The crush. It might be enough to keep Savage alive. It's going to try and deal with the Enchantress. Instantly crits him down with the Supernova as well. They can't deal with the Metamorphosis. Going to get kited here. Supernova will end up popping. Feeling's going to be the consequence now. Savage back in straight on top of Raven without the Sun and the minus armor. It's too much to handle. Savage turn brings him down. Now with the bash coming through as well. Master's going to try and do everything, but it doesn't matter. The crits left, right, and center. The BKB's worn off though. Savage can he man fight Timber Chain forward, and I never mind. Still going to pay the price as well, so a 4 for 3 with the start getting the lasso and just a counter initiation of the slaughter, but Radiant, they still lose 4 heroes though.
Yeah, I mean, some fantastic crushes coming through to disrupt a lot of that, but just goes to show how effective that Supernova is when it's put in the perfect position. Jab's putting on a clinic once more.
Yeah, we just haven't seen the Snapfire be in a position to bring that one down, and I mean the Supernova really just kind of kited them away, and also that stun on the left strike felt very important there. And I mean a big fight for Fnatic. Unfortunately, the Terrorblade, you know, the hero dying, so is not going to be able to at least catch back up, considering both the position ones are down, and he's still got about 40 seconds to keep farming. But the next big objective is going to be this Roshan, as that's going to be up in about 25 seconds here.
They won't be able to take it quickly enough. Well, for Motivate fans, you can feel a little bit relieved about that. Savage will be back to contest this next Roche.
Who got the kill on Savage, actually? Masros did, so 801 gold for him. What's he going for? He's going Greaves, okay.
Don't mind it.
It's going to be, I guess, a way to get rid of the Corrosive Haze. It's some nice armor as well. Got to keep in mind with that passive.
With Motivate, the next big thing for them is they want to finish up this Abyssal Blade as quickly as possible. actually be like 1 item short when that happens. I guess he'll probably be holding it Aegis, so scratch that. But before the TB gets the MKB, that's their big timing. With Aegis, with Abyssal, before TB, MKB. If they can take out the game before then, that's going to be a win. What their ideal situation is.
I mean, now with the Aegis, just going to really enable them to utilize this timing they have at the moment. I mean, just the fact that Terrorblade is doing whatever he can to try and find the farm, but you know, Radiant, we might
gold away.
Yeah.
Well, just more damage as well with this Greater Fairy Fire picked up. What Savage, he's going to be very happy with that.
See what else is able to get as well. I mean, yeah, getting very close. There we go. It's a blade completed now from Savage, so just he is going to be a incredibly difficult hero. Smoke's gonna pop. I see the sticky. Never mind. Doesn't have the Guardian Sprint up, so couldn't really catch him in. Moon is doing a very good job at least dealing with aggressively with a lot of the lanes. You know, honestly, the fact that he's only got 4 deaths with how aggressive he's been playing, you know, kind of shoving them out. You know, at least trying to delay it as long as he can for the Terrorblade to be able to find the item here.
Only 1,000 gold away from that MKB. Time's a ticking. I mean, at the end of the day, he's still got a 6th level advantage on 23 Savage right now compared to the TB, but and the Paladin Sword. I mean, did he need anything else? Probably not, but here we are.
One of the better items for the Phantom Assassin Bone. We even see a couple for Die. They get the Titan Sliver, the Telescope as well, but inside the base they go with Savage.
Goodbye.
Just shreds through jabs. He doesn't have a buyback now on this. They're going to be careful of the high ground because Masterless might just get burst as well. You got to keep in mind, he doesn't have too many reactive armor stacks, and Savage just crits him down with the Maledict as well to help out. Now with the bash too. Moon doesn't get the initiation. Savage actually going to try and punish this. Yours counteracting. Raven's going to TP in as well. Just trying to zone them back as much as possible. But, I mean, Dire do not have buyback. They're at least going to pop the glyph here because mid and bot are both shoved in. They're going to have a creep wave coming pretty surely at the top side, so they'll have to go through backdoor potential a little bit here.
Yeah, didn't opt to use their own glyph when they've got this advantage, hitting up onto level 25 with those couple of kills. So Savage is feeling really confident right now. Just choosing to back out.
Alright, so they are not wanting to hang around too long. I mean, they still got the Aegis for another 2 minutes 20 here. So look at the melee racks, going to try and reset and deal with the lanes, and then maybe control the high ground around the triangle, because they still have a couple tier 2 towers, mid and bot left to claim. So recognizing that there's nothing more they can really get up here. Just going to play it, you know, play it a little bit more respectful, I guess. Making sure you don't throw on that high ground. And well, Dire, they want to make sure they hold their triangle and get set up at least in the choke point here, because Raven, he's got the MKB completed now with the lasso. They find the start up of the counter forward. Savage is going to be able to at least bring down. He pops up the Euroscepter with the backline, gobble up straight on top of the Enchantress. Raven's going to try and go to work with the MKB. Supernova's going to end up popping as well, so he's with the first live. You got to be careful what more they can get out of this. Phantom Assassin pops the BKB. He's going to try and deal with the back, but you see the damage coming through from Raven, and then with the Scardy Slow as well. Meanwhile, on top of the river, Boombell, nicely done with the bounce back and forth. Master is going to be careful with the Melodic. They're backing on top of the high ground, but it's right on top of the Phantom Assassin. Not a place where you want to be at the moment. Nevermind's going to end up falling, but Leshrak's incredibly weak as well, so they might not be able to continue the fight with the 4-star forward. He's stuck inside the river. Savage can he get a couple of crits. DJ protected at least with the Ghost Scepter for a little while. Fearless will end up falling, but there we go. Savage back in, but it's going to cost him his life here with the Abyssal Blade, but it's on top of the illusion, and Raven's going to win the main fight. We see the MKB paying off drastically there for Raven through that team fight, and now Fnatic. Yes, you buy back on Moon, but you get the massive kill on the PA.
Massive kill on the PA. I can kind of understand taking that team fight if he also had at least the Morbid Mask purchase, because, you know, obviously the lifesteal, fantastic. A single crit can put you back to half HP, and he's also got the Paladin Sword, so it would have just amplified everything up, but
middle tower is under attack.
it's, again, a little bit too confident. It was the case in the early game, and again, this time around, it feels like it was fantastic kiting coming through from Fnatic to be able to bait out, you know, time on that BKB, that it always was going to be a risk if 23 Savage wanted to re-engage.
And now Moon's looking to jump as well. Up on the higher ground, unfortunately, won't be able to get the angle there. But it's, I mean, this is now going to give them a lot of time to be able to just get the lane shoved out, control up the map, try and D-ward. Has anyone got a gem at the moment? Yeah, Raven's got the gem, so just continuing to try and D-ward as well.
Even got that telescope on the Batriders, so a little bit of extra cast range is always nice and helpful for getting those pickoffs before the reactions come through. Hitting it to level 25 as well, so you would think it's the Firefly duration that he really wants, just constant scouting out.
Yeah, that's 6.5 second Firefly duration, and well, they got a DD, and Meta's going to be up pretty soon. Do they have a bottle though? Looks like they do, so well, here we go. This could be another big fight considering the Phantom Assassin does not have buyback, so if they lose a fight on their side of the map, they're just going to lose objective after objective here.
They ended up buying the Reaver and the Morbid Mask already. Surprising.
Let's see if they can get the vision. Who's going to lead forward first? Observer would pop. Never mind. Could be a nice target. Moon's going to blink forward. And with the 4-star away, instantly brings him down. Raven pops the DD. That's just a quick pick off. And this is the power of the Batrider, considering they don't have really a great save to deal with the lasso. So just instantly cleans up the slaughter. And now mid is getting pushed in. We even see Moon trying to shove out top just so they can try and deal with the remaining outer towers. Try and gobble up his, see what they can do to delay it, but this is just without the slaughter, it's going to be difficult for them to contest at the moment. You know, with the advantage, they don't really, I mean, you get 1 kill out of the double damage, it gives you a tier 2, probably top's going to end up falling as well. So I mean, you hold the metamorphosis, which is the big thing from Raven. And this is where, I mean, Savage is trying to get closer towards that Satanic. He's going to need, he's getting, what is it, 9? He's got the Claymore now completed, so just a 500 gold recipe. We'll see if he's able to get the time to finish that, because that's going to be massive through the fights.
Sure. So this is with level 25. I mean, you would have to say the Sunder cooldown is the thing that he would be opting to go for on this TB, just to be able to have multiple lives to contest against the Satanic that the PA is now completed.
Radiant.
No buyback. This might be the game-deciding fight.
Well, they're coming out, and Mastros is frontlining. He's got a lot of reactive armor stacks, but the team's not really there at the moment. Now with the Melodic, he's in trouble. He just gets melted, and the positioning, they didn't have the backup in the team. So they get a nice little free pick-off there, and you know, Roche may be up in 30 seconds. We'll see how late it's going to be of a spawn, and I mean, if they're lucky enough for Motivate, they might be able to take it without the threat of, well, Timber does have buyback though, so probably would have to force it out just to make sure they don't get that Aegis. See in the spawn though.
My brain not working right. What's going on here with Moon? Like, why has he locked his Lotus Orb? I can't see any benefit of keeping a Lotus Orb not completed. To have lower net worth total, maybe? I don't.
Savage. Gonna get the lasso out now on top of Raven as well. Look at the damage coming through. Tries to pop the BKB. He's gonna try and turn. But the life steal is not enough for the Static. And now Radiant, they need to retreat away. Never mind. He's in trouble. Man, what a pickoff. We're just seeing. Oh, he actually makes it out. But the important thing is they're dealing with the PA. Again, the lasso. If they find the Phantom Assassin, Terrorblade has the damage to go through it with this MKB. And we're really seeing now throughout the late game the factor of the Batrider being able to pick key heroes off without the threat of any save.
Fearless, he needs to do exactly what he's going to do right now. Just make his way. Get out of the jungle, Fearless. Push the lanes. It doesn't matter if you die right now. You just need to take attention away from this PA being dead.
Oh, the issue is they're going to lose some objectives here. Meta is about to expire, but they got a double catapult mid. PA not having buyback as well, so they're going to be able to walk in. Let's see. Looks like they actually want to try and seb up with a gobble up 4. Can they chain lock him down? Actually, they're going to try and counter out 4, but now he's bashed. Raven got to be careful with a constant stun lock, but he gets this under up. It's not a lot of health, so Raven will fall. And now Radiant, a credible, crafty start to that fight as they're looking for more as well. Never mind. Blink's available. Let's see if he can catch forward. He's got the vision on top of DJ. Yo's going to give him some space. Phoenix is already TP'd back, and the rest of the team's going to try and join him as well. Nevermind does get that stun, however, on top of the Enchantress, so 2 is going to fall on Fnatic. And now PA's up in 15 seconds, and this is going to be roast for them. Meanwhile, a full set of racks as well.
Racks, I mean... Question, like, who do we give this Ag Scepter over? you don't need to keep spamming this. If he's able to get the crush off, then that's obviously fantastic, because then, you know, the lasso has much lower effectiveness. But I can't see any situation where that's going to be a factor. Either you pick him off before he gets the crush down, or you don't pick him off at all. So probably going to be the PA picking up absolutely everything here. No, it's going to be the Lesh. Okay, just more damage coming through. Hope that the Blade Mail isn't just going to 100 to 0 him.
I'm intrigued to see how. Yeah, I was thinking that the PA was going to pick it up, considering I'm worried that I feel like it's starting to kind of get in Rapier territory. I don't. Well, it just feels like Savage. I guess even if he has Rapier though, like, are you going to be able to keep yourself alive through the lasso and the damage from Terrorblade?
It's Sea Dota. It's always Rapier territory. Listen.
Yeah. There we go. Well. Because, yeah, it just felt like these past couple of fights, Savage is just getting shredded. Like, they are... As long as they group up around the Terrorblade, then, you know, PA wants to really find the back and not jump around the TB, but yeah, it's now getting very difficult.
That I'm a little surprised about. Leshrac has actually overtaken the PA on the net worth charts, which I didn't think was going to happen this game. And now PA as well, on top of things... Oh, I suppose the Axe Blessing. But the PA's going into the
Savage caught out once again. That would force stuff up onto the high ground. Can they deal with the first life instantly? Strack inside the river with the terror. What can they follow up here, however? Supernova nicely on the high ground. Savage is going to end up losing the first life here. Still got the BKBs tending to be able to utilize, but you've got to keep in mind, Dire, they've got the meta. Can they follow up for more? However, Savage pops the BKB. He's going to try and turn and deal with MG.Trust. He's able to get the Timber Chain away. Now Raiden's trying to stand his ground in man fight, but he's got to be careful because the damage coming through with the crits. He doesn't get this under off fast enough. Terrorblade's going to end up falling. He doesn't have a buyback as well. Now it looks like the Phoenix is going to join the Half-Life 2. Fnatic
now
just gets the gold in time. He's got some of the bank there, but I mean, that's meta down, which is the big thing. And man, what an incredible fight. Yes, you deal with the Aegis, but Savage takes over. And now, I mean, they've got everyone alive on Motivate. They're going to force it out here. Masteros trying to...
Here is that, you know, compared to the previous fight, he has the Satanic, so he has all of that extra status resistance. You have to pop a few extra abilities to take him down to pop that first life, and then suddenly, when the second one comes around, you don't have as much ammunition to take him down one more time. Well, they're going to take this. They're potentially just going to go for the GG push. Smoke coming out.
They've got Level and Melody. They're going to have to do something with the Blink Forward. You've got to be careful. The status resistance done with the damage. Where's the Terrorblade? They're going to try and come through, but never mind! The crush on the back line. Look at the damage. He just shreds him down. And to die back to the Terrorblade. And it looks like we got Motivate. They're able to take their first map of the group stages. Nevermind has just gotten some incredible crushes throughout this game, and Savage goes to work.
Oh, the crushes, but also set up by the amazing gobble up through from the Snapfire. Q on point, hitting a 3-man gobble up perfectly into the stun to follow. And with that PA, that's all you